council chamber? I just have council chamber. I don't have a picture.
Labeled. Partially, anyway.
Yeah, I see where it is.
All right, we will get the show on the. I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Camarillo Library Board for today, Wednesday, June 10th, 2020. Can I please have a roll call?
Trustee Craven?
Yes, here.
Trustee Kildee?
Here.
Trustee Tremblay?
Here.
President Pro Tem Santangelo?
Here.
President Molshay?
Present. And I'll lead us in the flag salute so we can make it simple. So everyone can please rise and put your right hand over your heart and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Do we have any amendments to this agenda?
No amendments.
I'll assume no. Okay. Do we have any public comments?
No public comments.
All right. It moves us down to consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
Move consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Second.
I think Susan already got the second on that. So I have Mr. Tremblay as a motion as a first and Ms. Santangelo as a second. All right. We'll call the roll. Do a roll call vote.
Trustee Craven?
Yes.
Trustee Kildee?
Yes.
Trustee Tremblay?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Santangelo?
Yes.
President Molshay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. We have no other departmental, legal, or I assume comments from staff. Do we have any comments from library trustees? Seeing none, we will adjourn the meeting of the Camarillo Library Board.
I'll call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board to order and ask the record to reflect that all board members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
No amendments.
Next up is the consent calendar. Is there a motion? Move the approval.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Could we have the roll call vote, please?
Director Tremblay?
Yes.
Director Santangelo?
Yes.
Director Molshay?
Yes.
Secretary Kildee?
Yes.
Chair Craven?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
We have no departmental items. Comments from staff?
No comments from staff.
Comments from board members?
I have a question, Mrs. Craven, and maybe Mr. Tremblay will know, or staff. The CASA conference, I believe you had mentioned last time that it's going to be suspended for a while. Is that still accurate?
It's not suspended. It's going to be virtual.
Virtual.
It'll still be a multi-day conference, and you have to register, and it will be a virtual conference. They'll send out the details later.
Thank
Can I
you.
answer your question?
Yeah, dear.
In fact, this past week, I helped some other people do a video asking people, informing people of it, and it should be out pretty soon. They just have to edit 4 of us together into making one video. Okay, if there are no other council board member comments, we will recess till 7:30 when we'll take up some public hearings along with the city council.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and call the meeting of the Camarillo Successor Agency to order. Let the record reflect that all members are here. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
No amendments.
Are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Do I hear a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Jeffrey. That brings us to, there are no items under departmental, no items from legal counsel. Are there any comments from staff?
No
Hearing none, any
comments.
comments from board members? I'm sorry, Jeffrey. No comments from staff?
No comments from staff.
I was going too quickly. Any comments from board members? All right, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and recess this meeting of the Successor Agency until 7:30 p.m. For public hearing together with the Sanitary District and the City Council. With that, we'll go ahead and call the meeting of the regular meeting of Wednesday, June 10, 2020 of the Camarillo City Council to order. I'll let the record reflect that all council members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
The only
All
amendment.
right.
The only amendment is the order of the departmental items at 7:30 that we switched. Item D will be first following the public hearing. And I'll defer to Carmen. I don't believe there are any other amendments.
No other amendments.
My notes indicate that it'll be item 19D followed by 19A followed by 19B and then C. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. No presentations. That brings us to the consent calendar.
Move the approval. Second.
All right, it's been moved by Mrs. Craven and seconded by Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a note before we vote?
Of course, Mr. Molche, go ahead.
I will vote, but in voting, I will abstain from item I because of the property's proximity to my family's business. It's within 500 feet.
All right, great. Can the record please reflect Mr. Molche's abstention with respect to item I? All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee? Kevin, you're...
I'm muted, guys.
Very good. Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, great. Thank you, Jeffrey. That brings us then to items on the regular items on the agenda. The first, and by the way, I should note, in case members of the public are tuned in, we're going to recess at 5:45 p.m. For closed session, and then reconvene at 6:30 p.m. for COVID-19 update, and then at 7:30 p.m. start the 7:30 p.m. portion of our calendar, including public comments. With that in mind, I think we should now move to item 4A, the November 2020 election resolutions.
Yes, so on November 3rd, we will be holding our general municipal election in the city of Camarillo. And this year, for the first time, we'll be electing 2 council members to 2 districts, one for District 3 and one for District 4. The item before you is for the adoption of 2 resolutions. One resolution calls the election for November 3rd, and the second resolution is to request consolidation with the county so that they will oversee the election process for us. I've also attached 2 resolutions for your reference. One is for the regulations for candidate statements, which have been in place since 2004, and the second one is for the resolution of tie votes, which we adopted back in 2018. I did a red folder to you today, a utility bill insert that we've drafted so that we could educate the public with respect to the transition from at-large elections to the district system. It explains that the residents living within the districts will be the ones voting for the council member within each of those districts. Also tells people what they need to do if they wanted to run for office. Also gives an overview that this November election will be completely vote by mail for the first time in the city. That is as a result of the governor's recent order. So everybody will receive a vote by mail ballot along with a prepaid postage envelope to return the ballot by mail, or the ballots could be dropped off at the city's permanent ballot box located outside City Hall or at a polling location. And the polling locations actually will be polling centers within the county, and they'll be open for 4 days and staffed fully for 4 days prior to the election date. So if anybody spoiled a ballot or they had questions about their ballot, they'd have the opportunity to go into that polling center and ask questions or get a ballot for their specific address. The utility bill insert also includes how to register to vote if you're not registered, and then also lets people know that they can go paperless by selecting to get their voter information guide either by email or just accessing it on the county's website. And I believe that's it, unless you have any questions.
Questions for Ms. Madeline by any council members? Mr. Mulchay.
Jeffrey, has the state given any guidance as to how they're going to manage, or how they expect to manage campaigning during election season? Obviously, it's a social, in some cases, a social affair. So how does one balance, say, I understand certain free speech rights with health orders and the like?
I'm not sure. And since everything's changing, every week something new, I can't even project what we'll be doing in the end of July. So I'm not sure how that's going to happen. I know for my purposes, I'm going to continue to meet with the candidates just because I think it's a good practice. So we'll instead meet in a conference room and make sure we can socially distance. But how the candidates are going to campaign is a very good question.
Mr. Mulchay?
Yes.
In the weekly local elected officials conference call that the county has every Wednesday morning, that was one of the questions that was asked of county officials this morning, both in terms of door-to-door solicitors, what's going to happen relative to them, and also on candidates for local office, whether they'd be able to go door-to-door. And the answers from County Public Health was that they are, County Public Health is looking to come up with specific guidance with social distancing and perhaps that type of guidance as early as tomorrow or very, very soon. And I'm not sure if they're waiting for any state guidance, and this may be out of County Public Health. In any event, it's coming pretty soon. That's
okay. I'm glad someone's thinking about it.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven.
Yes, I had on a different topic, but on the same agenda item. I think it'd be good at this point to tell people who are interested in those 2 districts, who are interested in running for council, when they can take out papers and how long that extends.
So the nomination period opens on July 13th, and it'll end on August 7th. and I'll be accessible in City Hall Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. I've also included in this flyer my phone number and not my email address, it appears. So they'll be contacting me by phone.
Thank
I
you.
also wanted to include that this article, this will also appear as an article in our City Scene newsletter. I also have it already posted out on the city's website. Also, we have an interactive district map out on the city's website, so if somebody wasn't sure what district they lived in, they could go to that, our elections page, find that map. It says it's what district do I live in? You put your address in and it tells you what district you're in.
Susan?
Yeah, I was just, you sort of answered it, Jeffrey, but I was wondering what else we were doing to let the public, to remind the public about the district elections. It's such a big change. If we have anything else planned between now and the election?
Well, this utility bill insert will go out to every utility customer. The article will be in City Scene, and I'm sure Michelle will help me promote it via all her social media avenues.
I have a question on that.
Mrs. Craven?
The utility bills do not go to people in apartments, is that correct? And they may not go to people in condominiums.
I'll have to check.
If an association pays the utilities,
Yeah,
and if
you may be correct.
the owner,
I'll need to check with Chris Inlos.
there is another source of all addresses in Camarillo. And so for the people who don't receive utility bills, it might be good to send them to the other people, especially in the districts where there will be an election.
Okay. I will look into that.
Jeffrey, I just had one question for you. You mentioned early on in your remarks that I think you used the term everyone would be, or I understood you say everyone would be sent ballots, and by that you meant all registered voters would be sent ballots to fill out and return by mail or in person, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Are there any other questions? Mr. Moshe.
Sorry, one more. Jeffrey, which utility bills? Are these going out in all utility bills or just a select?
It's going out in all the utility bills that the city issues.
Okay.
Yeah, some are water, some are just sewer and trash, but it will encompass all of them.
Okay.
All right, if there are no further questions, do I hear a motion?
Move the approval.
A second.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Jeffrey, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Moshe?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. That moves us then to item 4B, Citizen Appointment Committee Recommendation.
So this is presented to you as a follow-up to a couple weeks ago. We did have a couple vacancies that we still needed to fill. This one is for the Investment Committee. The Investment Committee met, they interviewed the applicants, and their recommendation is presented in the agenda report, and I would defer to the committee members if they have any comments. I will say that I sent you an email later this afternoon with the application information.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven.
Yes, this woman is very well qualified. She has a degree in accounting. She is working on her CPA. She was supposed to take the last test. I think it was in April, might have been March. Sean might remember, but at any rate, it was canceled, so she's now scheduled for August because the test was canceled. She had not read the investment policy, but without having read it, I was impressed when we asked her how we thought she should invest city funds. that she came up with an answer very close to what our policy says.
Any other questions, Mr. Mulchay?
I just want to give my input along with Mrs. Craven. I think she's a very insightful person. She's been a resident of Camarillo for 9.5 years, and she's looking for a way to get involved. And considering her background, I think this is more than appropriate starting point for her to kind of get her foot in the door and find ways where she can give back to her community. So,
I just want to say I believe she. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Kildee.
No, I just have you kind of quickly. I read her bio. She seems very eager. Obviously, has got a lot of qualifications for this job, and I'm sure she's going to do a fine job with this.
Yeah, I was sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Kildee. I was just going to make the observation. I think she's well qualified, and thank you to the committee for going through this process. And I appreciate her stepping up and being a member of this committee. It's very much appreciated. With all of that, is there a motion?
Move the approval.
I think we had, I'm not sure if the tie is going to the runner this time. I think I saw Ms. Santangelo first and Mrs. Craven second. But anyway,
I'll second it.
That's the way I called it on Zoom tonight. So, okay. Thank you very much. May I, Jeffrey, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Members of the council, it's really hard, on Zoom to figure out who's going first and who's going second. So thanks for your patience. Okay. With that, let's go on to item 6A, Daily Drive Sidewalk and Gutter Replacement ST 5047.
Yes, thank
Good
you.
evening, Mr. Rocco.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. First, I'll give an overview of the project. Get the brief presentation going here. Oh, there we go. I went too far. Okay. Project location, as in the title, is on Daily Drive. And this full section of Daily Drive will be improved between Las Posas and Calle La Rota. That's the project location. And an overview of the project, which includes removal and replacement of the sidewalks, curbs, and gutters on both sides of the street, which have been damaged by the large pine trees. And these pine trees are going to be removed as well. This will result in full-width sidewalks for the length of the street on both sides, complying with accessibility standards. As seen in the photo next to the tree, there's limited width there for sidewalk accessibility. With the removal of the trees and replacement of the damaged sidewalk, the uplifted curbs and gutters, it'll provide full-width access for the entire length of the street on the sidewalks. The project will also grind off the old asphalt and place an asphalt overlay with new pavement striping, including the directional arrows that I wanted to show here in this photo. On the pavement there, the directional arrows designating lane movements as traffic approaches the intersection at Las Posas. In addition, we will be installing a new sign that's a large overhead sign for this same purpose, showing these lane designations, and that's going to help drivers make sure they're in the correct lane as they approach the intersection. The right lane, which is shown with the arrows there, is a three-way combo. You can go straight, hang a right up Las Posas, or go left. If you turn left and from that lane, it's a forced onto the northbound 101. So this additional sign is going to help that awareness of drivers to, if they want to proceed south on Las Posas, they need to be in the left turn lane. And the new sign is going to help show those lane designations. Staff has completed the design by consultant on this and advertised the project for bids. And bids were recently received. Only 2 bids were received, as shown. And these bids came in higher than expected. The fact that we got only 2 bids is an indication of the current bidding climate, which there is a lot of work out there right now. Contractors are very busy. That drives bid prices higher. And this project is, while it's a pretty straightforward road project, it's a little bit on the smaller side, but yet with enough complexity that also has a tendency to drive up costs. Our specifications are very prescriptive in regards to construction phasing and working hours. And we did that with the intent of minimizing impacts. This is a small yet a very highly traveled corridor, heavy traffic volumes with the shopping centers on both sides, access to the 101 off of Las Posas. So we spent a lot of time really tightening up the construction phasing and working hours. That likely also resulted in higher costs. So several things went into the fact that we received these higher costs higher than were expected. So tonight we're recommending that council reject all bids received and then authorize staff to re-advertise the project for bids again. And as we go forward through that process, staff will be taking a look at opportunities for adjusting, especially the specifications in regards to the construction phasing and incorporating a little bit more flexibility with that while still maintaining as much reduction in impacts to the to drivers, to the shopping centers, and the residents. So we've got some ideas that we can incorporate a little more flexibility to give the contractor some discretion on how best to move forward in the most cost-effective way, and including expanding the working hours for several days of night work, especially for the grinding and overlay, the paving work. The current specs that were bid had very restricted evening hours only, and it really put a crimp on the contractor's ability to get the production they need to be cost effective. So we'll be incorporating the ability for the contractor to do night work. It'll probably result in 2 to 3 nights of work overnight, and we will, as we already have a notification process in place for our projects, we're going to ramp that up, a full court press notification to all affected businesses, the hotels in the area, the residents. There's some apartment buildings there for full notification of that upcoming night work that will be occurring. What that's going to do is actually get the paving operation in and out of there in a shorter amount of time than if we would have restricted it to the evening hours. It'll probably take 2 to 3 times as long to do it in the evening hours as it will over a couple of night work during night. We're also going to be looking at the option of doing the tree removals separately ahead of time, so that this roadway contractor who needs to sub out that work, that was a feedback that we got, added some complexity to their scheduling and management of their project, that it would be, we will likely see better bid prices if we take care of those tree removals separately, which we can do, we feel, efficiently on a separate contract. So that's the plan moving forward, with re-advertising with some revisions, and then of course we'd be returning to council with those bid results and hopefully awarding a contract for construction. So that concludes my report on this item. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Klotzel? Mr. Kildee?
I have a question. Yeah, Mr. Klotzel, it seems to me that one of the issues we have here, and I'm, as a lot of other people, I'm in that area of the city quite often, we need to get more bidders. And I was wondering how many solicitations you sent out, because there's a number of construction companies through the years that have done work for the city that I didn't see, either didn't respond to the bids, or maybe they're too busy. And obviously with the, the complexity of this and the fact that it's not, it's not a real big project, and obviously there's complexities on this, but is there a way that we might be able to make some calls to some bidders that we're familiar with that might be interested in with the changes that you outlined?
Yeah, most definitely. We'll be doing that. We have the a plan holders list, so when a project gets advertised for bids, we keep track of everybody that shows interest and takes out plans as proposed bidders that we expect. So there were several other and contractors that we know that we were in touch with, and that they opted, it just wasn't attractive enough for them at the time to submit a bid. So there are several of those that we'll continue to reach out to in this next re-advertisement, and along with our standard process of advertising in the newspaper, in the trade journal publications, and then also on our website. Our CIP staff is familiar with the contractors that we normally see bids from, and we have been and will continue to be in touch with them also.
I have a follow-up, Your Honor, if I may.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Klotzel, so if we do agree to resolicit these bids, do you have a timeline for that?
Yes, we're already starting to work on these revisions that we feel are going to generate hopefully some better bid prices. So we'll just continue rolling on through with that, finalizing the revised bid package, get out to bid. It'll probably be probably at the shortest, it would be 3 months until we're back to council with an award, plus or minus. Could be a little bit longer depending on how much rework it does take. We want to minimize the amount of revisions that we're making to the already approved plans. So it's really a more of a specification modification approach. Ideally still be out to construction in the fall. We definitely want to be done if we do that before Thanksgiving, before the holiday season. If we're not done, we'll even still go out to bid and even possibly award a contract with holding off the start of construction until after the first of the year, after the holiday shopping season, and typically heavier traffic, hopefully, that we see return to normal out there.
And if you might, Your Honor, if I might just make a really quick comment, I've noticed here that there's a lot more pedestrians walking in the area now. I don't know if that has to do with the COVID situations or not, but I've noticed a definite uptick in people walking around the areas. So if that little bit of information could precipitate the process here, I think that would be a real positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Mulshay.
Yeah, I'll mute myself. Yeah. Dave, with the age of these trees and how large and elaborate their root systems are, how do we treat that? What do we do, or what do they do in removing it? I know it's more than just grinding the stump. Do they do something with the root system so that way over time as it decays, it doesn't cause a depression in the soil, considering how large or elaborate it might be?
Right. Essentially, in short, what that comes down to is chasing those roots that we know and can tell are going to be a problem as best we can at this point. When we've got part of we ultimately grind off and overlay the whole street, but there's also what we call point repairs, spot asphalt repairs. That'll be specific areas that we know are problem areas already, or that may result when we start. We're going to dig out this curb and gutter on either side. That's going to give a good indication of what kind of roots are there that we need to chase as far as we can. We're not going to catch 100% of them, but with the existing street that we have, and then removing those trees so that those roots, even with some decay, the pavement section of base and asphalt tends to bridge over those kind of the things that happen, unless they're huge underneath, and then we address those. Likely we'll find that out when we do these removals, the pavement repairs, and the grind and overlay. So we're going to essentially chase those as best we can through this project and minimize any future problems from roots.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Klotzel?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask one follow-up question?
Please.
Mr. Klotzel, will there be other trees replanted there where these trees are at this particular point?
No, not in the same location. As you can see in the picture, there is no room for trees, especially as they mature. So we need to have full-width sidewalks there. The shopping center, the owner of the shopping center on either side has not too long ago completed a landscape, some curb and gutter renovations throughout the shopping center, including planting some larger specimen equivalent to street trees as close to the back of the sidewalk that makes sense. They're not too close that they're going to cause problems, but they are close enough that they're essentially going to serve as street trees as they mature. These trees are the same type if you would continue straight through if you're going to McDonald's or Jiffy Lube over there. There's some street trees in that area that are the same species and type that have matured out to larger specimen trees, and that's what we're going to end up with there in Daly Drive. Over time, it won't be an exact replacement of those large pines that are there now, but there will be significant street tree presence and with minimal impact to our roadway and curb and gutter and sidewalk.
All right. any other questions? Hearing no further questions, Mrs. Craven, go ahead.
Move the approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. I hear a motion and a second. Jeffrey, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. I note that it's about 5:34. Let's go on and see if we can go to item 6B, Public Works Inspection Services Professional Services Agreement.
Yes, thank you. Actually,
I'd like to go up on this one too.
yes, Tally Tucker is going to give this presentation. These services are provided through the Land Development Division, which she manages as our Assistant Director of Public Works and City Engineer.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. The item before you is to consider a professional services agreement with Charles Abbott Associates for Public Works Inspection Services in the Land Development Division for a 3-year period with an option of 2 one-year time extensions to be approved by the City Council. Normally, this item would have been a consent calendar item, but because of the existing agreement in place being originally approved back in 2015, there's a couple of new council members, so we thought we would just present it and be available for questions. The current agreement is with Charles Abbott. They currently provide these services, and their agreement ends at the end of this month. In March, City Council authorized the issuance of requests for qualifications and proposals for these services. And Public Works Inspection Services can only be performed by firms that are not currently performing other types of consultant land development services, like developers or civil engineers for private development. So with that, we got 3 responses. And the 3 were Bureau Veritas, Charles Abbott, and R.W. Toter. Staff reviewed the submitted proposals. We reviewed and interviewed the firms and determined the most qualified was Charles Abbott to provide the Public Works Inspection Services. They were most responsive, both in the interview and in the proposal, and they, of course, you can see in your packet, they also had the lowest rates of the 3 firms. Funds for these services that we are recommending, tonight's the budget, we're recommending for the first year of the budget an amount of $337,400. And we're completely satisfied with the work that Charles Abbott has done to date. So their inspection, the reasonable rates, and just the overall level of service. Therefore, staff recommends that the city enter into this professional services agreement with Charles Abbott Associates to provide public works inspection services for construction related to city-issued permits, like encroachment permits, and land development projects that you see around town, in accordance with the scope of services and the hourly rates that are listed there in your packets. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we do also have a couple of representatives from Charles Abbott.
I have a question.
Thank you for your presentation. Members of the council, questions? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, Tally, is there a checkoff list that they use when they do the inspections? And if so, who makes the checkoff list? In other words, is there like a boilerplate checkoff list that they've got, or how do they go about doing that?
Oh, sure. Good question. If we want to call it a boilerplate checkoff list, it would be for land development projects, it would be the approved plans. They are inspecting what's on the approved plans. Different improvements are called out on those plans. It references standard specifications and how it's supposed to be built. And so they are inspecting to make sure that what we approve and what we issue permits on, that they are inspecting that those are constructed per plan, as we call it. Encroachment permits, it may have a standard. Maybe someone, a homeowner wants to put in a new driveway, they need an encroachment permit. We have standards for that, so they would be inspecting based on that standard.
Are there any other questions? Do I hear a motion?
I move the suggested action.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the suggested action. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. I think we have time to handle one more matter before we go to closed session. Why don't we go ahead and go to item 11A, Camarillo Library Curbside Service Agreement Amendment. Ms. Nichols, are you up on this one? Oh, okay. Mr. Thomas says, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Your Honor and members of the City Council. I'm John Thomas, Interim Director of Administrative Services. The item before you tonight is a proposed contract amendment for temporary curbside service at the Camarillo Public Library. The city currently contracts with library operator Library Systems and Services, or LS&S, to provide a wide range of library services and programming at the Camarillo Public Library. LS&S has provided services to the city of Camarillo since October 2010. The current professional services agreement was executed in 2016. In March of this year, the state of California, the county of Ventura, and the city of Camarillo each declared a state of emergency as a result of COVID-19. The state and county issued orders requiring social distancing, which resulted in the temporary closure of the library to the general public as of March 14, 2020. On April 8th, the City Council approved an amendment to the professional services agreement allowing for optional services, which included an inventory of weeding of the collection, virtual literacy coordination, and the offering of a virtual Russell Fisher business collection. At the May 20th budget study session, the Council directed staff to look into the possibilities of a curbside service to bring back a proposal at tonight's council meeting for your consideration. The proposed curbside service will allow a patron to place a hold on items either online or over the phone. Staff will then pull the available items from the shelves and process for patron pickup within one full business day. Staff will set up a pickup area outside the library facility for the patron to pull up and retrieve the items in a safe manner and respecting proper social distancing. The items would be limited to 10 items per household with the normal lending time of 3 weeks. LS&S will offer this service at a monthly cost of $20,000 and will require the addition of 4 full-time equivalent employees. Sufficient funds are available to support this curbside service in the Library Operations Fund. I would also like to add that many other libraries within our county have started similar services and it has been very well received. And based on the number of calls I've received over the last couple of weeks, I expect this service would be very welcomed by our community. Library Director Antonio Apodaca is in attendance tonight via Zoom. Both he and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Okay, Mr. Kildee, then followed by Ms. Santangelo.
Yeah, my question is, if this does get approved, when will it be implemented?
So at this point, it looks like that there will be, initially it will be on Monday, this coming Monday, and then it will be more fully operational on Wednesday. But it looks like they'll be able to start getting materials out on Monday for individuals that they're already in communication with and may have already existing holds in place. So Monday would be the first day.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yeah, was there any thought to trying to have a weekend day open for curbside? Is there any way to do that?
I'd like to refer to Antonio if you're available.
Yeah, hi, Council. That is something that we had talked about. I would like to discuss that a little bit further with city staff. I know that there are some other impacts like, the facility, different, staff are going to be in on the weekend days. But to answer your question, yes, that's something we discussed. And we just want to meet the public demand and the public interest. So whatever that takes to accomplish, we would definitely like to consider it. Currently, it's set up Monday through Friday, 10 to 6. The idea is, well, maybe we'll take one of those days out, a day that's not of high traffic, and maybe throw in a Saturday or a Sunday.
Thanks.
All right, other questions? Mr. Mulchay?
I just want to second Susan's suggestion on getting a Saturday. I know a lot of working families who are just would be impacted and not be able to get pickup books on these hours, and having at least one weekend. And I would suggest a Saturday, have it instead of Tuesday through Saturday, and just chop Monday off. I think that would be the easiest and most digestible for people, and I think it would accommodate the public. Why 4 people? And why could we not approach the operations a little bit differently to where we would be able to offer people same-day pickup if they called in or emailed in an order before a cutoff time? Say, if you got something in by noon on that respective day, then we could make it available by 4 o'clock for pickup, same day.
That's an excellent question. The truth is that we are learning as we're doing this, and we're walking together with the city staff to figure out what this flow could really look like. I think that's a perfectly appropriate suggestion. I would need to look a little bit more detail into the staffing that is currently being used. The 4 full-time staff equivalent is really because we would need 4 positions that, almost a relay race style thing, actually go out, pull the hold, check it out to the patron, and then run it out to them. So that's kind of the reason why 4 individual positions are ideal. About that workflow, short answer is yes. We could really make it work to however, council would like to see it happen. I would say the 1 full day, though, does allow for some of the complexities of what it means when people maybe put on 10 holds at once. And, some items, it takes a lot to gather those. We'd have to really think hard about what time it does take, but I like your suggestion of, if you can get it in by noon, we can get it out by 6 p.m.
Yeah, on the one day, does that mean, because I'm thinking about how I would do this, and being the procrastinator sometimes I am, I would get my request in at 5:50 p.m. on Tuesday, and then I would expect to get it at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. So that would not be the way it would work, right? I'd have to wait a full 24 hours from the time I placed it, according to this.
That is a great point. We will certainly try to fill it the next morning. We will have a position outlined of those 4 who is out there pulling holds all the time. I think it's more of an expectation that we want to put out to the public that's reasonable, that's, just to set a reasonable expectation is what I'll say. But certainly when we come in, we will start pulling immediately. And if you did get that hold in late at night, we try to get it as soon as we could.
And last question, this is all based on the assumption that you guys will have about, on average, 25% of the volume of the checkout of books than what we had pre-COVID, right?
Yes. In discussions with other directors, library directors in Ventura County, it's a slow build that at first, you really need to market this thing and then it starts taking off. I think Thousand Oaks Public Library maybe has the highest functioning curbside model at the moment, and it's about 100 checkouts a day, and I think that's probably what we're going to get to. And at that rate, yeah, that's smaller than our normal loan period, but probably appropriate for something like curbside service.
I lied. That wasn't my last question. I guess my real last question is, if the library staff, as you guys try to evolve this model and find a more efficient way of accommodating the demand, then this does not need to come back for council to change. Staff and library staff can simply make accommodations and update it as long as it's within the 4 people and the dollar amount and all.
Yeah, that's right. We're sort of assuming some procedural adjustments will need to be made. Yes, so I would say that's accurate.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing no questions, comments?
Comments.
Mrs. Craven.
Yes. I think this is this is going to work out very well to get materials out to people. I don't think it's what most people want. Most people want to go back to the library, but I think that it's not time yet. It'll take a little bit more time before we'll be able to do that. I also think that it's going to take quite a bit of time for people to pull those products. As a person who's set up a mail order company and ran it for several years at Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf, you have to pull it. They have a much greater area, 65,000 square feet, to get to a lot of different stacks, a lot of different materials to go and pull. And then you have to have somebody who checks it to make sure that what you pulled is actually correct for that order, because you don't want people to start getting home with the wrong stuff or with somebody else's stuff. So it does take time, and I think that planning for maybe 100 a day with 4 people will take all of their time. And I can certainly see why you couldn't get your order in at 5:30 if they close at 6 and then expect it at 10:10 the next morning.
I believe Mr. Mulchay said 5:50 p.m., but I could be mistaken. I'm sorry, Mrs. Craven.
Either time.
Okay. Other comments from council members? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, just a comment and perhaps a suggestion. I know in other businesses, including my business, oftentimes I can process things a little quicker than what I thought I could. And perhaps a email to the individuals that want to use this process here, perhaps an email say, hey, look, I just want to let you know that your books are ready for pickup at this particular point. And I know we can't do it for everybody, but oftentimes they might be able to process it somewhat earlier than other books. So that's just a suggestion that I know we're kind of implementing this rather quickly here, and there's going to be some bugs, there always is, but perhaps that's something that you may be able to take under consideration as well. So, but I support this. I think it's a good thing, and I'm really looking forward to, hopefully getting this thing going as soon as we can.
Any other? Susan?
Yeah, I just want to second that. I know there's a lot of people in the community that will be very happy that they can get books. So I appreciate the staff and you getting this together and getting it going. I think it'll be much appreciated.
Sean? My comment, actually, I got an email from someone literally within a half hour prior to the meeting saying, gee, Los Angeles is opening up curbside pickup. When is Camarillo going to do that? And I responded back very quickly saying, well, tune into the council meeting this evening. I did get an email from a resident a few days ago, and I just want to, it's very brief, but I think it really speaks to the issue. It says, the library is an important and lauded resource for our city. Getting the library back open, even partially, is a big psychological boost for people. So I agree with that completely. By the way, I do agree with Susan and Sean. Particularly, I think having curbside service on at least one day during the weekend makes sense to me. It really does. So if there's any way we can effectuate that, that would be great. All right. Hearing no more comments, do we have a motion?
Move the approval.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Jeffrey, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you very much. That brings us to, well, it's 5:52, not 5:45, but at this point, we're going to go ahead and recess into closed session. Mr. Pierrick, could you give us the closed session announcement, please?
Yes, I can do that. You've got one closed session tonight. It's a conference with labor negotiators. The authority is Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are in the agenda. The unrepresented employees include the city employees.
All right, the record will reflect we're going to now recess for closed session, and we will reconvene into open session at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Oh, they can totally see the.
There was no action to report out of closed session. We ended previously with section 12, so we'll skip over section 13, agenda item 13. We're going to go straight to item 14, which is the local emergency COVID-19 coronavirus item. Ms. Nichols, would you take us into that, please?
She's not in the meeting.
I can't hear anything on my end. Can council members hear me right now?
I can hear you, but I can't hear a presentation.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we're getting Carmen loaded into the meeting right now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Here she is.
Out there?
Just joined. Okay. Or in the process of joining.
Yeah, she said she's trying.
Come in finally.
I think we have all the council members ready and present. Just waiting on staff to come in and be hooked in. Thank you. Thanks to everybody for their patience.
Carmen, I believe we're ready for your emergency response issues.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. First of all, I apologize for the delay. I had a problem connecting. Tonight, we're going to give you the COVID-19 update. We will cover the economic development and business recovery, budget impact update, and then we'll discuss some few other issues that have come in since our last update. We are really focusing on these two items. I think that will take that full hour, but we really wanted to focus on these items because there are some reports later on in the evening that will relate to the discussions tonight. We'll begin with our economic development coordinator, Mr. George Winkler, and he'll go do an overview of the things that he's been working on and the progress that's been made. We can move on to the next slide. Hey, Mr. Winkler. You.
Thank you so much. Here I was talking and no one was listening. So good evening, council members, mayor. Thank you for having me here tonight. It's always a pleasure. Tonight I'm going to give an overview of what we've been working on in relation to council's suggestions for economic recovery. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to start with things that we've implemented immediately upon suggestion. And this is one of those first suggestions from council, which is that we'd like to showcase our businesses who are passing the compliance checks with the county and with the city to increase consumer confidence of shoppers. So we've implemented that immediately, and as you can see here, this is a social media post from Facebook. So we've been posting this daily on Facebook so that residents can see what we're working on and which businesses have been approved via our compliance checks. So we've been sharing this on our website as well, so that's updated daily. And we've actually just started to distribute these Shop Safe stickers, which show shoppers that the business is reopening in compliance with the county's health orders and the state health orders. So most businesses are getting those now. We still have to go back and give them out to those who passed the checks prior to the stickers being printed. Next slide, please. Okay, so another council suggestion was to increase the accuracy of our business tax database and utilize that for targeted marketing. So you can see here an example of one of the emails that we had sent to barbershops and hair salons upon reopening. That was sent out with guidance from the county. So we are implementing this immediately. However, we still do have issues with our data. We are working to clean that up, and we have been in conversation with HDL, who is the provider of our business tax database. And we're seeing what sort of quotes they can provide to clean up our data as fast as possible. So we can bring that to council when that comes. But we are really looking into this process and looking at how we could improve the process to collect accurate data upon submission and how we could verify that data for those new businesses that apply, so we can verify which industry they're in. The next slide, please. Okay, leveraging staff expertise. So we currently have staff in many departments of the city, and we're maximizing their expertise whenever possible. So for instance, code compliance is out there helping our businesses reopen. We have IT, they're working to help market the companies via our shop or our open for business list. And economic development's out there helping our businesses firsthand. So the additional assistance relating to marketing, technology, website development, and more, this is something that's handled through our economic development collaborative. And I know there was some mention about them being overwhelmed and perhaps too busy to help businesses at one point in time. However, in calls with the EDC and the Small Business Development Center, we found that they actually hired extra staff and they're able to accommodate all their calls. And they're now actually performing outreach to reach out to businesses who are their clients and Camrio businesses to see what else they can help with. So they're out there doing that. We have SCORE, and we also have our Russell Fisher Business Collection resources for those do-it-yourselfers who want to build a website or do marketing on their own. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, so one of council's goals was to support our restaurants and retail expanding outside in the parking lots and streets. So our resolution 2020-63, which was put out on 5/22, thanks to the council and community development, this has waived zone clearance fees, allowing for adjusted parking standards for temporary outdoor dining. Later tonight, we're going to talk about the temporary not enforcing of the schedule for sidewalk sales and displays, so we can let retailers do the same thing. But this has been a great program. Next slide, please. We've talked about expediting this process for businesses to immediately expand, and we've really stuck to that one. We've had about 12 applications up to this point, and we're really walking those through the building throughout the day to make sure that they get approved as fast as possible. So community development and public works are doing awesome on that. And I've been through that process with a few restaurants where they may have submitted a plan, and we went out to visit them, and they actually had a better opportunity available for them. So we resubmitted the plan and had those out within the day. So that's some of the great work that we're working on. And another suggestion from council is to streamline permitting processes. And this is kind of an ongoing process, and this is a continuation of our Get to Yes program. And so What that means is we can't forget about Get to Yes. We need to keep working on that as a city and work together to communicate better with our external partners and internal departments. So as long as we work on that, I think we're making some good progress on that. And this is going to be an ongoing process. It's always going to happen. So as long as we keep remembering that and working on that, I think we're off to a good setting there. Next slide. Okay, so one of the suggestions also was how do we close down Ventura Boulevard for the businesses, so for the retailers and for the restaurants? So we were trying to think about how we could do this and what the interest was from the business community. So on Wednesday, May 20th, we sent out an email survey to all businesses in Old Town and also to the Camarillo Old Town Association to distribute to their members. The purpose of the survey was to gain feedback on possible options to temporarily use all or just portions of the public streets or sidewalks to allow for business expansion to accommodate safe distance requirements. Next slide. Okay, here are the results of the survey that we got. We had 57 replies, and so as you can see, 82.5% of those businesses were in favor of allowing businesses to expand into the street parking area, which is what we're already working on with the Resolution 2020-63. And so with that, we already have a restaurant who's expressed interest in doing that, and that permit was approved. So we're just waiting on the restaurant to implement that. So 30% were in favor of closing down the street the entire day during business hours. 24% were in favor of keeping the street closed all the time. And about 60%, or nearly 60%, were in favor of closing down the street on Friday and Saturday evenings. So looking at that at a glance, it's great. But what we did is we dove into the data to see what was driving those numbers. And so we noticed that about 50% of the respondents were personal services, so barbershops, hair salons, and so on. And 15% were office. So these two groups accounted for the majority of those in favor of closing down the streets. But we felt they would not reasonably be able to conduct their business outdoors. So less than 20% of the respondents were retailers or restaurants. And actually half of the restaurants said, no, we don't want to close down the street. So what we did is we wanted to get a further analysis of that to see really what we can do to help. And so we took to the streets, and we actually brought applications out to the restaurants for the temporary outdoor dining. Next slide. So what we found through that outreach was that the highest interest from our restaurants and retailers was to close down the street, but only in coordination with public events. Many wanted to keep a parking spot for curbside pickup, and we just yesterday we sent out a survey to the community using OpenGov. So that survey will close on the 19th, but we've already found data that shows that consumers really want that curbside pickup option. So that's very important. Some businesses were not interested at all. They were still trying to recover, and they weren't quite wrapped around the concept of just reopening in general. Some were concerned about the neighboring residential community. And we found that restaurants, if they did close, they would prefer closing Ventura Boulevard over the side streets. And because of there's a sloping uphill going south of Ventura Boulevard. So that was actually one of the suggestions we made with the street dining permit, was to put it on Ventura Boulevard instead of a side street. So that really helped out. So while the numbers are high in interest, when you look at the data and what the real needs are, we can see that we really need to close down the streets in partnership with a organization. So this is when gatherings are permitted at a later date due to the health orders. We've talked to downtown Ventura about their process because they're making some great movement there. That is a business improvement district, and so they are leading that effort. And so staff believes that, if we were in partnership with Old Town or PVRPD or SciArts or supporting one of those that this would be the best way to close down Old Town with an event. And we'll talk about some of those options just a bit later. Next slide, please. Okay, so one of the council suggestions was to increase signage or visibility of Old Town parking. And as you can see here, that's one of the signs that we could use to do so. To install the signs is fairly inexpensive. The cost to install 4 signs in Old Town at the 2 at the old courthouse driveway and 2 at Elm Street would only be around $1,000. So this is definitely something doable. We're looking for direction from council to proceed and install this. So we can go there later if we'd like. We're not suggesting closing down or actually the component of building a pathway on the west side of the wall at this time. Due to ADA needs, we need to design and build that out a little bit more. And also could limit parking at this time when parking is really important for our businesses. I mean, it could impact the farmers market as well. So we're looking at that. And, you know, that we also have the remodel coming along with the old courthouse parking lot. So hopefully we could include that in that component. Next slide. Okay. So council suggestion to support outdoor events, including social distancing picnicking events. And this is an example of how that's being achieved in other cities. This, I believe, is San Francisco that you're seeing in the image. So this is something that we're definitely interested in doing. The current health order does limit gatherings in our area. So, and we also have the city's EOC order 20-1, which is prohibiting from special events. So we need to revisit that as well. Next slide. Okay, so these are, we worked with SciArts and PVRPD to put together some ideas for council. And these are 3 ideas from PVRPD that could allow us to utilize our outdoor spaces. So we have community band concerts. This could be in Constitution Park. And for this event, PVRPD staff could lay out grids in the grass, as you saw before. And a Camarillo-based group could perform in the evening. So the costs you're seeing on the slide are just PVRPD staff time. So they're not perfect, but we can work on that. The live music event, second option, could take place in the old courthouse parking lot, which could be something that really complements our street closure in Old Town when and if that happens. And this is something that we could really use to bring people to Old Town. That's a pretty exciting idea right there. We also have movies in the park. This is something that would have to take place later in the year. Right now it's too bright, too late, so this event would take place too late at night. So we have to wait a little bit to do this sort of thing. And this is, once again, we have to paint a grid onto the grass and allow for seating. And according to PVRPD, all of these events have, on average, over 150 people when they have put them on in the past. So they're well attended, and seems like a good opportunity to get the community outdoors. Next slide. Okay. So one of the concepts suggested was a drive-in theater at SciArts. And so I've been in conversation with Mr. Tyus at SciArts. And he would love to start out with live performances as an initial phase. And this is actually something that he's interested in putting on himself. So we're not sure if there's any added cost at this moment. So the current health order requires for all cars at a drive-thru to have their windows rolled up. So we've talked about that as far as amplified sound. And we could do something with FM transmitters instead in cars, and a raised stage for performers. So this wouldn't take place until sometime in mid-July, and this is something that would happen on the weekend for 2 successive weekends for about an hour in duration. And then later in the year, when the nights darken, similar to the park concept, we could consider movies in the same location. So let's see. Next slide. Okay, we have Old Town beautification ideas. And once again, Mr. Tyus from the Sci Arts had this great idea, and I've heard this from people in the community before. This is like a light project, and this could be something, this is actually called GLOW. This is a Georgetown project, and they have a business improvement district with about 35 blocks. And they fund a really high-quality art program. And over the course of a few years, they really come up with something great that draws a lot of people out to these areas. So just for the current climate with COVID, we could do something like this, but make it a driving experience. And we could have lights going down the boulevard and different art displays. So this would be a really fun idea to pursue. And I think it would be well attended. There are a lot of other, art displays that you can see online, or light ones on the GeorgetownGlowDC.com page. It's really quite something to see. Next slide, please. So Old Town already has a really great assortment of art. Camarillo has done a really good job, developing Old Town public art. And so what we can see here is a lot of statues. These tend to be on the east side of Old Town. So one of the thoughts we had is we could add further statues and increase the diversity of those statues as well. That's one possibility. But really, with our public art, we want to have a community conversation. And this is something that we could have via a town hall to see what people want to see and where they want to see it, and maybe give a few ideas out. And so here are a few other ideas. Next slide. Okay, so in conversation with the Camarillo Old Town Association, they've always been really interested in lighting the Old Town. And so this could either be hanging lights across the street or have feature lighting going down the street, maybe highlighting some of the art that currently exists. We could also do murals. We could do paint murals, which have a shorter lifetime span. They tend to degrade quicker. Or we could do tile. Mr. Tyus had a great idea where you could do a tile mural, but you could even do commissioned art. So maybe like 100 different artists paint a tile, and then they line Old Town in various parts. So as you walk through Old Town, you kind of get different stories through the tile. And we could also look at temporary exhibits. So these are all conversations, I think, that would be great via open town hall. Next slide. So another thought I had, this is something I see when I drive to work quite often, is why we should be inviting travelers into Camarillo with spaces like this. So instead of just focusing on in-town art, what are we doing to pull people into town? And I think this is the back of Planet Sushi, and this would be a great place for a mural. And you could even have it higher up, so that way it's, harder for graffiti artists to touch. But it would be great to invite people into Old Town right there where, you're driving along the freeway and you see that. It would be great to welcome people into Camarillo. So just wanted to throw that out there as a thought that we've had. Next slide. Okay, so we've all talked about the CDBG CV funds before. The HUD approved $192,347 for CDBG funds for Camarillo. The city must use these funds on activities that prevent and mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. So far, HUD has released a handout listing the type of eligible activities, but no formal guidance has yet been released. So staff has contacted the HUD representative regarding the release of the formal guidelines, and unfortunately they don't have an exact date yet. The CDBG CV funds are not available to the city until the annual action plan has been amended and the funding agreement has been fully executed. However, we have identified these items which should be in compliance with that funding. And so you'll see 4 meal programs that could work. The Great Kitchens program ends today, so that one is something that we would not recommend. Also, it costs about $26,000 per day for 400 Camarillo residents, so it's a very expensive project as well. The city may also look at things like emergency rent and utility assistance, and as you know, the county is working on their rent assistance program right now, so it's definitely something we could use some guidance on as far as where council would like to direct that money. Next slide. Okay, so we've talked about exempting new businesses from city fees to really help inspire new business growth. So staff is continuing to research how new businesses could be exempted from city fees. We're looking at what are all the fees that go into a new business and what we can do to make it equitable. As you know, right now we have a lot of established businesses who are struggling, so we're really trying to focus just right now on our established businesses, but really look forward to helping some new businesses as they come up. And we've had a lot of calls from new businesses as well. So, but this ties into the Economic Development Strategic Plan too, which is something that we want to continue to think about too. And that's just how do we incentivize new business activity in Camarillo. So this is something that we need just a little bit more time to fully flesh out and see how we could do that effectively. Next slide. Okay, gift certificate program. This is one item that staff does not recommend. It is really difficult to be equitable with the gift certificate program. We found that it only benefits businesses who are currently back up and running, so any business that is closed right now would not benefit. It may unfairly benefit businesses who are already popular and therefore more able to bounce back on their own without the help of a gift card program. And ongoing management of the system we've heard to be very challenging. It requires a lot of movement of parts, and that can be tricky. And also, we've reached out to some other cities or some other foundations that have done a gift card program and found in like the San Diego area, for instance, businesses actually were not excited about the program after they started it. They they had too many gift cards out, and they weren't sure when people were going to cash in on those gift cards. So it created a lot of stress for the business owners. And last slide. So these are some items that we're going to address in the departmental items. This includes the loan and grant program, which could be used to cover fixed expenses, rent, utilities, payroll. It could help with building renovations for social distancing. It could help with website and tech adaptations, personal protective equipment acquisition, social distancing equipment and signage. And I wanted to say as well, and we're not only focusing on those components with finances. We've built a list of all the companies that offer PPE and signage in Camarillo. And we're also putting together like social distancing signage for people to implement. And we're promoting a EDC webinar, which actually I think happened today. It was on Instagram and how businesses could utilize that. So we're thinking about ways we can help educate people as well as support them financially. So that concludes my overview of recovery activities.
Let's see, Ms. Nichols, would you suggest we go ahead and work on this section of the presentation now before we go on to the next one, and we all offer our comments and go from there?
I think so. If that would be brief, I would really like to get Mr. Ariba to do his budget update. He's about another 20 minutes, so we have some time to do questions now.
Okay.
Or comments.
Let's talk about this aspect right now. Who'd like to start off with any questions or comments?
Your Honor. Yeah, I think there are a lot of good ideas here. I wasn't in favor of it when we passed it, but if we're going to have murals and other than tile, we need to look at our policy for murals, and we need to remember that there's a paint that goes over tiles that makes them graffiti-proof, and it's really good. And that's what we have on the horses down at the depot. So I think it's great. Excuse me. A lot of good ideas here. I'm looking forward to an in-depth discussion on them.
Who'd like to go next? Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, I just a couple of questions. I do agree that the visibility of the parking signs, I think we should implement that as soon as we can. The Friday night and Saturday night closures, I think, should be in unison with the support of the current business owners down there. In some places, they've been extremely successful, but in other places, they've not been as successful. And I think it's more of an outreach to them and a buy-in for the business district down there. I think George and his staff has been very busy, and I think there's a lot of really good ideas here. It's all about getting people down to certain areas. And, Barnum and Bailey said it best, that you get a group of people together, you sell them something. So, to get people down to, all over the city, but specifically since we're talking about Old Town here, I think is a really good idea. But I just have to emphasize, you really need the buy-in from the business owners down there. That's going to be key. I think the gift certificate program, it would be very difficult to utilize, so we don't need to spend a whole lot of time there. But the murals, I think Mrs. Craven brought in a good idea. I think if we could use that, a little bit innocuous, to get people on the freeways that would look at that and make something kind of catchy to get them to get off the freeway and perhaps go to dinner or go to the outlets or go to the other businesses here as well. But I commend staff. A lot of really good ideas, and I look forward to having a continuous, dialogue on this.
Who'd like to go next? Susan?
First of all, George, thank you. I know that we threw out a lot of ideas, so I really appreciate that. You took them all seriously and dug into them. I'm really happy you did the survey with the Old Town businesses. I think, we get a lot of, or I get a lot of feedback from residents that might not own a business there. And so it's really important that we talk to the businesses. And so I'm really happy you did that. I agree with everything really that's been said. Yes to the parking signs. And I'm really excited about the possibilities of these events and the beautification ideas. Not only are they just nice to have, but I think they will draw in people to the area and help the businesses and help that feeling of community again, so that we can kind of get back to being out and about and enjoying our city and food and any theater or movies or whatever else we can make happen. So, yeah, thank you.
Sean?
I am genuinely excited about all of these ideas. I appreciate surveying the Old Town business owners and really delving deeper into the data, not taking it at face value. I honestly, I like all these ideas. I'm kind of vote for all the above. I definitely for the signs. I had one question on the signs because we had talked about how we were when the proposed locations would be at the entrance to that courthouse parking lot area and on Elm. Would we not want to also post them somehow down closer to First Street or Oak Street, considering there are several different? There's several different businesses, whether it's 2088, Cafe Fiscal, Bandit's Bar and Grill, Lamplighter, how along that stretch Sushi Planet, I go there a lot, where we can, those are going to be impacted. People, there's already a lot of people who tend to go there during dinner hours who might be looking for additional parking, and would we not want to refer their clientele to the parking lot in front of the courthouse as well?
Certainly something you can implement as well. I don't see why not.
Yeah, I'm just figuring, there's definitely a draw when I think of a lot of people going to some of these respective businesses in Old Town. There's definitely a draw to several of the businesses that are directly across the street, like Boulevard Burger, Mr. Softy, and whatnot. But I think aside from what's going on way down further, like in front of Dizdar Park, most of the pull is going to be to the, what is that, the northwest end. And so directing people to additional parking would be helpful on that end. But I generally I don't have a bad thing to say about any of these ideas. I think they're all very worthy of being further looked into. And I do want to say, and I really appreciate staff and George, you too, and reaching out to whether you guys reached out to Peter at SciArt or whether Peter reached out to you. Either way, SciArt is certainly an asset to Old Town, and it can be a much bigger asset to Old Town if working in conjunction with them, because you have just a lot of creative energy there, and to the extent we can work with them and we can help liven up Old Town, make Old Town younger, then it's only going to be the benefit of all the businesses there. So this is great stuff. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
So thanks to George. Thank you, and thanks staff for a really good effort here, and particularly I'm going to say what other folks have said, particularly the survey work with the businesses in Old Town. Let me just tell you a couple of thoughts. I agree with most everything my colleagues have said. I think in terms of what intrigues me, the challenge right now is we don't really have the ability logistically from a public health standpoint to have gatherings. But I did note that the highest interest in Friday and Saturday night closures in Old Town was with respect to coordination with events. So I would like to see more review of that, and I would like to see I think there were a lot of, if I understood you correctly, George, half the restaurants, though, said, no, don't close the streets, but less than 20% of the respondents of the 57 respondents were restaurants, if I wrote that down correctly. I do note that many of the restaurants want to keep a parking spot for curbside pickups, and I think right now that is really important for folks. The increase of the visibility for parking, absolutely, we should be doing that and doing whatever we can to increase that visibility. And as Mr. Kildee said, it would be nice if we could do that as soon as possible. I think you phrased it somewhat differently, Kevin, but I fully agree with you. On supporting of outdoor events, same logistical challenge, because we don't have that go-ahead from a public health standpoint, but I like all of those ideas, and I think they're all worthy of further reviewing, and as well as drive-in theater at SciArts. And I echo what Sean just had to say about SciArts. In terms of the Old Town beautification ideas, not only do I think the murals would be great, I think some of the lighting ideas would be outstanding. And I would like to see some additional beautification along the lighting line. In terms of, I never thought about the side of Planet Sushi in terms of inviting people in, but I think that's a creative idea. In terms of the use of the community development block grant funds, I note how food share, well, first of all, I think we've talked before about how my thought is our responsibility is obviously to our businesses, but also to our people and our employees. And there are a lot of people out there right now who are having difficulty obtaining food. And it seems to me food share's trajectory during this pandemic has just skyrocketed in terms of what the demands have been. And I personally would like to see us commit at least a large share of those funds to food share. I don't know whether or not we can ask that the funds be committed to serving Camarillo residents or not. I don't know how those rules would work, and I'd be interested in hearing a little bit more about that. But I do think that committing more funds to food share and for grocery delivery is something I really back. I agree with you on the gift certificate program. It does not appear to be feasible, and I am concerned about businesses being concerned about unknown utilization of gift cards and so on. So that doesn't seem like a starter. So anyway, now that all five of us have weighed in, George, Carmen, does that give you enough input in terms of where to focus some efforts?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Your comments have been very, very helpful. As George mentioned earlier, our focus is really to go for those ideas that would bring a quick result to our business community. And so you'll hear about that a little later today. Now we can focus on these other items as well. So there's a lot of work yet to be done, but your comments and your direction tonight has been very helpful. Thank you.
Your Honor, can I make just one really quick? I know we're packed.
Sure, Mr. Gaby, go ahead.
My suggestion, anything that we do, if we could let the other shopping centers in town know what's going on the boulevard there, so they might be able to extend their hours or participate in some way as well, I think would be beneficial.
Thank you. All right, so Ms. Nichols, I see it's about 11 minutes after 7. I think what you were suggesting is that we take on the COVID-19 sub-agenda, we take the budget impacts next, and then we put the rest of this over until the end of the meeting because we've got a 7:30 calendar. Was that your suggestion?
Yes, sir. We can move forward with Mr. Uribe.
So Mr. Uribe will probably have to shorten his presentation a little bit to get this all in before 7:30.
Yes, what I'm trying to do is a little bit of updates on the budget, and then if time permits, a real quick couple of sentences about the status of delinquencies as well. So on the first slide, I thought I'd just do a little bit more clarification on the 5-year forecast, because the last study session focused a lot on the 5-year and some of the assumptions going into it. And there were a couple of questions when we left that study session that I wanted to clarify. So first one being on the transient occupancy tax. We had in the previous version you saw in year 2, the 2 new hotels from the Hotel Conference Center coming online. We since clarified that, and one hotel will be expected completion in January of 2022, and the second one in June of 2022. So we took our estimates and stretched them out and put them in the proper year based on that new information. So we have a shift of approximately $1 million from year 2 or fiscal year 21-22 into 22-23 as a result of that. And then the assumptions moving forward were a 2% increase, where historically the last 5 years the average was about 5.6% increases. So again, these are conservative revenue estimates built into the 5-year projections. The second line is, I think if you could click one more, then it'll highlight the next line, charges for services. The question here was, if these were development related, how would they not flow equally with the licenses and permits line, which is 2 lines above that? 2 things. Quickly, the licenses and permits line, the last version you saw in year 5, that number was about 100,000 or 150,000. We went back, worked with the departments, and we were actually missing about 400,000, so that is now 582,000 on the licenses and permits line for year 5. As the estimate, and those estimates on the licenses and permits lines, you see it goes from 888,000 to 582,000. Those are both down from previous years. Looking at years 4 and 5, those are very conservative estimates in talking with the department. Those don't include any general plan amendments in those 2 years, which is a very conservative approach or outlook, that we would not receive any GPAs in those 2 years. Then moving down into the charges for services, that's about a $2 million revenue source. Half of it is related to development fees. So again, we went back to the department and looked at any potential projects that may be out there. The types of development revenues that come in are from engineering inspections and subdivisions primarily. And after reviewing with the department, we did bring it down a bit by about 250,000 in years 4 and 5. So not a significant increase, but it did serve to firm up our estimates. The other pieces that are included in that $2 million, as an example, a significant portion is the school resource officers. On the next slide, that's on the revenue side, clarifying 2 of the assumptions there on the revenues. On this slide, a few things to point out. That first line on top, the operating transfers out, that line has changed pretty significantly, because the previous version you saw assumed that we could spread out the CARES Act funding related to transit activities. So this transfers out operating line shows the amount of general fund transfers to subsidize the transit operations. So knowing now that we cannot use the CARES money as we had hoped for, we have to bring back in anywhere from $1.3 to $1.7 million of transfers out to the transit fund. So that is the line that has increased as a result of that. Then I'll bring your attention to the orange line. The first orange line, that is the operating revenues over expenditures. That is the line that I refer to as being balanced. In the first year, year one, $689,000, that is a operationally balanced budget that we are presenting later on this evening for adoption, to the tune of $689,000 positive. That's operating revenues covering operating expenditures by that amount. Then when you move out into years 2 through 5 is where we're looking at the structural imbalance of anywhere from 1.6 to 3.4 as we move out to year 5. And again, those are primarily the transfers to transit of about 1.7 million, to the lighting and landscaping district of 2 million, and then there's some debt service for about $500,000. And those are the areas that staff will be working toward on a few different angles into the next year. To see how we can close that gap, because the ideal situation is that all of those numbers on that first orange highlighted line are going to go to 0 or a positive number. And some examples of what we're looking at are continuing to look at contract costs, continuing to look at the transit operation, and also some possible staffing efficiencies or savings through attrition. The next line you see below that orange line is the transfers out to CIP projects. So those are some pretty sizable amounts, and that is where I clarified the term again. Operationally balanced does not include the CIP. So CIP are one-time costs, and the use of fund balance for the one-time costs is viewed as still maintaining an operationally balanced budget by looking at the line above that. So the primary transfers out to CIP were the Cam Hills Drain Replacement Project. There's about $5.7 million of transfers during those 3 years. That's not the total cost of the project. That's just the impact for those 3 years, because we have already been setting aside some monies according to our 5-year set-aside plan. And the other one was the Dizdar Park project, was a $3.1 million transfer out, which is covered by the commitment of fund balance. We'll be talking about that a little bit later in the 7:30 session as well. So what I wanted to point out then is when you go down to that very bottom line, the uncommitted fund balance line, that is, if you want to refer to it as reserves available for spending, use of fund balance, that uncommitted line starts at 13 million, drops to 8.4, and then down to 3.7, and so on. We go negative in year 4, with these projections, again, with these very conservative assumptions moving out, and then further negative into year 5. But again, where we really are going to be focusing is on that first orange shaded line of the operational balance, or the operational imbalance in this case. So that concludes the comments on the 5-year and clarifying on the projection. So I'll take any questions on that.
Are there any questions on that portion from council members? Hearing none, go ahead, Mark.
Okay, then I'll switch over quickly. A question was brought up at the last COVID section of how are we doing on delinquencies. I'll try to answer that in this way. The delinquencies at any point in time vary, depending on when people pay, depending on when the next billing cycle goes out. But to give some perspective, the average number of first delinquency notices for the fiscal year 18-19 was about 1,400. That's an average of first delinquency notices. Compared to the 3 months ended May 2020, call it the COVID period, we're looking at about 1,700. So about a 20% increase looking at averages of first delinquency notices. Now, many people do pay after that first delinquency notice. So the next measurement is the average number of door tags. The door tags come in approximately 50 days now after the bill date, or after the delinquency date. And that's as a result of the new SB 998 law changes. and the policy that we have. The average number of door tags for fiscal year 18-19 was 419. And we're not doing door tags right now during this emergency, but to give perspective, the potential number of door tags, if it were not for this this new crisis that we're in, the potential number of door tags would be 768 compared to 419 average. So that's about an 83% increase. Now, again, we have a certain progression, a delinquency notice, a final notice now with the new SB 998, and the door tag are different progressions, and different people pay on different steps throughout that progression. But to give an example, the average number of actual shutoffs per month back in 2018-19 was about 50 shutoffs. So we will be circulating a memo with most of this information in it. Also, as we try to plan for the reopening of City Hall, part of the exercise is going to be looking at these collection efforts and what we can do to both collect delinquent payments and also work with customers that may be undergoing hardships as a result of the crisis. So that is a quick update on the billing delinquency status. So if you have any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer those.
Any questions? Doesn't appear to be any. Keep on going, Mark, please.
Well, that concludes my portion. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Nichols.
Great, thank you very much. Ms. Nichols, do we have time for the last component?
Yeah, I believe I can get through that very quickly. I lost my PowerPoint on my end, but I have one on my desk here. So I'll just go over this last slide. It's other urgent issues related to COVID-19 emergency response. As you may be aware, on June 5th, California released the additional guidelines for new activities. Those activities range from day camps, music, TV, film, sports with live audiences, campgrounds, RV parks, outdoor recreation, leisure travel, hotels for leisure travel, and other items. Restaurants, bars, wineries, fitness facilities. You know, we've been hearing a lot from our gyms, museums, galleries, zoos, and aquariums. So the county is currently reviewing those. They are expected to release guidelines by June 12th. So what the county is doing is reviewing California guidelines and then determining for our county what we can move forward on. So we're all very hopeful that they will be generous in allowing these activities, but they're looking very carefully at and taking precautions on just the health issues. So we'll be hearing hopefully by the end of the week, as I'm told. All of these opening of businesses does require a lot of manpower. We've been doing a lot of personal visits out to our communities, our business communities. We want to educate our business communities and be there for them to assist them in getting reopened. Right now, one of the things that I'm looking at is contracting out for a part-time position in code compliance. We currently have 3 code compliance officers who are validating businesses and that they're meeting their requirements. But, you know, our staff also has been impacted by the impacts of COVID-19 and healthcare, or I'm sorry, not healthcare, but childcare issues. And it's just a lot of work. So I may or may not be coming to the council. Just depends on, you know, what we're going to do about code compliance. But if it requires council approval to add contract work for very temporary time, I will be coming to you. We are looking at reopening Camarillo City Hall on June 29th and having in-person business. We will still encourage appointments. So, you know, we still want to encourage that if community members have questions that may take a long period of time, that we make appointments. We will encourage online services. But we will be reopening City Hall. Some of the other cities have begun reopening, and we are just ensuring that we've got our safety protocols in place. We feel by June 29th would be an appropriate time for us to reopen. Wanted to report to you that the County of Ventura is reopening their Board of Supervisors chambers on June 15th. So provided that they have the social distancing protocols, they will be opening their chambers so that the public can attend meetings and the Board of Supervisors will be present. We're looking at the ability of doing that One of the reasons that city halls began to close throughout our county was the fact that we could not meet the gathering numbers. I mean, the gathering numbers are around 10. So just with staff and with council alone, that would be beyond the 10 already. So we're looking at that, asking the county what criteria they use to reopen their chambers. We'll be looking at that, and we'll bring an update to the council as to a recommendation on when we should open chambers. We've got a lot of work to do on that, especially because we're required to social distance council and the public. We continue our communications through social media, website, Open City Hall. We discussed some ideas tonight about having conversations with the community, and we also talked about continuing to do surveys. So, you know, what we know and what we're continuing to do is that community and business partnerships are really important. So we want to continue to make sure that our community residential members and also our business members have a voice in what we're doing. So we will continue to have those communications with the public. That completes our presentation and update for tonight. Any questions or any discussion or any items that you need us to look into further?
Any questions for Kerman? Okay, it doesn't appear to be.
Oh, I know, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan, I didn't see you.
So I don't know if everybody knows, but there are currently 2 fires in the county, one up at Piru and one north of Ventura. So I am wondering if we are looking ahead to the fact that we may have to deal with evacuations, and if so, how that would be done with social distancing. So I'm just looking forward to, or present to, fire season.
I wonder if do we lose Carmen?
No, I'm sorry. Was that a question, or Vice Mayor Santangelo, were you?
Yeah, I guess. Have you started to think about that? Have you started to work together to talk about that?
Yes, certainly. We do have staff that is keeping an eye on that. We're alert. The Sheriff's Department and our fire departments are alert of it, are aware of it. So we're just keeping a close eye on that. You know, with regards to social distancing, that's going to be a challenge. And so I am going to be looking for our county partners. If we have to open our emergency operations center, we're definitely looking for some guidance as well on that. If we have to do evacuations from residents, is really finding the locations of where we would, where we plan on putting residents in case an evacuation is needed. But yes, we are in touch with, we are aware of the fires, and we are keeping touch with our partners.
Any other questions on this part of the agenda? All right. Carmen, thank you very much. Thanks to staff for all of your hard work. Let's see. It's almost 7:30. Mr. Pierrick, can we proceed with our 7:30 calendar, or do we need to wait for a minute and a half?
Well, unfortunately, it says 7:30, and that means 7:30.
That's what I thought. Okay. Any last-minute questions? Carmen, I noticed that you had some material in on public communication and outreach. So we're continuing to use all of our usual social media outreach, I believe your slide said, in terms of getting the word out in our website. And I like the fact that George indicated we were using our OpenGov website platform from a survey standpoint for businesses. So.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. We are using our Open City Hall. As you know, we were planning on launching Open City Hall in March, and then COVID-19 hit, and we just really had to reprioritize our efforts. So we've been using it in forms of surveying. We do want to use it for the conversation that we want to have with the community on how, the beautification and community pride. So we will be using the tool for that. We will then get refocused on the launch of Open City Hall and use it more broadly. Currently, the Finance Department is also working on the budget transparency side. We're looking to launch that part of it in August, provided we can really wrap the budget up and wrap up allowing us to shift our resources, our staffing resources, and our time. But we're hoping to launch the transparency site in August and have the budget up available with reporting measures.
So just to summarize, open Gov in August with the transparency measures, and then open City Hall.
As soon as we can get to that. I'm hoping by August that will also be launched, but we're using the bits and pieces of it now. We just haven't had that robust launch that we were expecting back in March. So I'm hoping both of them will be in full effect by August.
Thank you very much. That was a perfectly timed response because I can now see the clock in council chambers at 7:30. So in the absence of any other questions on the COVID-19 portion of the agenda, we'll proceed directly to our 7:30 p.m. Agenda. We have no presentations this evening. We have no public safety information items per se. Jeffrey, I believe we have at least one public comment, correct?
Yes, we have two, actually.
All right. May we have the first speaker, please, on public comments?
Hi, it's Matt.
Hi, Matt. It's Jeffrey. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Matt Lormer. Tonight I want to talk about the factory outlets, which are owned by the Simon Group. It's a $6 billion company. The factory outlets make about $7 million a year. Before, I've talked about how on Black Friday, the city was spending $5,000 to $10,000 on overtime for the Camarillo police playing mall cops. Well, during the riots, we had 5 or 6 cars down there again. Again, the city of Camarillo, also, it should be known, 30% of the service calls are the factory outlet. The city uses an excuse, along with the city council, that, well, they pay the most revenue. Nobody gets free police services, only, it seems like the Simon Group. The fact is, the police department could be cut 20%. This is not about the police job doing a bad job, but this is about how the city is going to have financial problems, and they haven't done any pension reform and the need, and we found out that the police didn't have a lot to do. They were actually given tickets for no front license plates. The fact is, the Camarillo police have become mall cops, and the fact is, the city they pay $19 million, another $850,000 for upgrades for different things regarding the police. That budget could be cut $3 or $4 million. The city has a responsibility to do pension reform and also save taxpayers. Eventually, this city could go bankrupt or end up like Ventura or Oxnard because they run out of sources. Because the city is not, that budget cannot keep going at the rate it's going. The increases are unsustainable, and the city council has an obligation to the public, the residents of Camarillo. And by the way, I think it's very important that they look at this and not keep ignoring that problem. All right? That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Jeffrey. May we have our next speaker, please?
Hello?
Hi, is this Carol?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Carol. I'm calling from the council chambers. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Okay, my name is Carol Grove, and I live at Camarillo Miramonte. And I was at the last council meeting, and tonight was supposedly going to be deciding what was going to happen with the golf course, whether you were going to proceed with it or not. And then I found out that you had a special meeting, and it's not on the agenda tonight. And I just thought that was kind of, something was strange there. But what I wanted to do is tell you that even though they opened the golf course, it's not in primo condition. talked to people and they said, yeah, it's kind of bad. Nah, it's okay. But my whole thing is these people knew from the get-go they were supposed to keep this open, and then they used the virus as an excuse. They were never intending to open it. They took all the golf carts away. They put them on a big truck, and I said, where are these going? They said, oh, Ukaipa. They don't need them here anymore. And so then when they got caught, they did the backpedaling and said, oh, we didn't know, oh, we'll take care of it right away. And that to me is dishonest. And my personal feeling is that's how this has been from the get-go. They keep changing the plans and everything. So I'm just hoping, and I wrote this in a letter, I don't know if you guys got it or not, but I'm hoping that the environmental report and all the things that you have to look at will say, no, building more homes in this beautiful community here will not be the right thing to do. So that's my piece. And I just want to tell you, I enjoy attending the meetings. I had no idea all this was going on and all the things you have to deal with. So, yeah, I just want to thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey, do we have any additional folks who want to speak on public comment?
No, we don't.
Okay, that concludes then our public comment portion of the agenda. Then we'll move to item 18A, public hearings. And we have one public hearing tonight. It is the resolution adopting fiscal years 2020-2025 capital improvement program. And this is a joint meeting with both the Sanitary District and the Successor Agency. So I want to indicate that the Successor Agency is in session as well. And Mrs. Craven?
I will call the meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board back to order.
Thank you very much. And I believe this is Mr. Klotzel's presentation?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is to adopt the capital improvement program for fiscal years 2020 through 2025. I'll give a brief overview of the CIP update process that brings us to this point, starting with the fact that the CIP is updated annually, and we begin the process in November when staff begins a review of the project schedules and costs, and also incorporates a call for projects that goes out to all city departments. A brief overview of where CIP projects come from. And they are included in the program based on information from several sources, including planning documents such as water or wastewater master plans, our pavement management plan, we have a bikeway master plan, and also the circulation element of the general plan identifies traffic circulation improvements to be incorporated into the city, and those are incorporated and implemented via the CIP. Also, regulatory requirements such as stormwater permit regulations that recently have required the installation of trash screens in our catch basins is another source of projects that that go into the capital improvement program to meet regulatory requirements. There's also requests that come in from other departments for projects and improvements, and then observation of assets that are needing improvement. An example of this that's become a capital improvement project is the Old Town Monuments and Walls renovation project. Out into the future years, there is a need to look at renovating some of those areas that need updating. Through multiple meetings over that time, starting back in November, December, and then early in the year, staff consensus is reached on project priority, cost, funding, and schedule through coordination between departments and the city manager's office. The projects are prioritized based on health and safety needs, asset preservation, regulatory requirements, grant funding, and other parameters. The draft CIP is presented to City Council and Planning Commission at a joint study session in April focusing on new projects, significant changes from prior years. It's a living document that's updated annually, as I already mentioned, so significant changes from the prior years are discussed. And then also specific projects that are requiring council input at that time to complete the update to the CIP. The CIP then goes to Planning Commission in May for general plan conformity, then for adoption by City Council, where we are tonight in June, in tandem with the city budget. And then throughout the year, going forward, Council will be updated on the status of the CIP and the CIP quarterly, in tandem again with the budget updates being provided to Council at the same time. New considerations during this year's CIP update are that estimated expenses for city staff time are now assigned to each project and shown in administration line on the CIP detail pages. This allows for staff cost recovery from project funding sources. The total available staff workload capacity affects the scheduling of projects since we have the staff capacity to work on a certain volume of projects each year. This results in project schedules being arranged based on a combination of priority and staff workload capacity. In preparing the draft CIP for the April 22nd review with Council, schedules for 21 projects shifted to balance the workload. As requested at the April 22nd meeting, a table listing the projects whose schedules were shifted has been provided to Council. Now to review changes to the CIP since that April 22nd meeting, and also several subsequent discussions at meetings following regarding some specific projects. We'll review these changes that have been made and are reflected in the updated CIP before you for adoption tonight. First, the scope of the 101 freeway northbound auxiliary lanes was modified to be US 101 freeway improvements early action project. Each of these items I'll mention here for changes also has the reference to the CIP page number, this being page T29 for that detail sheet of the project. The consensus was in moving forward, rather than having a separate city effort project for improvements on the 101 freeway, staff will continue close coordination with the VCTC 101 corridor HOV project and with the pushing towards and keeping Camarillo at the forefront of hopefully an early action project. This 101 corridor project is the whole corridor from Thousand Oaks up to Ventura, a huge improvement effort that the full cost of improvements isn't anywhere near funded. And what's being looked at is the possibility for the funding that is available to go towards an early action project of improvements in the most needed areas. So we want to stay coordinated closely to make sure we can see some improvements come in the Camarillo area as soon as possible. So this project will continue to be in the CIP as a coordination effort. There may be the need for some consultant services along the way that we may hire consultants to help out with that, and so budget is provided in the CIP moving forward for this coordination. The Disdar Park renovations and former fire station project is now funded with committed general fund reserves rather than the Camarillo Corridor projects funds. There is no change to the project schedule. We're planning to move forward next fiscal year, 2021, with design, and then followed by finaling design, bidding, and construction in the next fiscal year, 21-22. The courthouse property reuse project has been moved to future years outside of the 5-year CIP time span, and this project was previously funded with those committed general fund reserves that were then moved to Disdar Park. So with an unfunded or no funding source identified at this time to continue with courthouse property reuse, that's why it's been moved out to future years. That'll continue to be monitored as we do our annual updates to the CIP and consider any changes to the timing of the project at that point. The Camarillo Hills Drain Replacement at Ventura Boulevard project, construction expenses are now partially funded by those Camarillo Corridor project funds shifted from the Disdar Park project. That shift reduces the amount of general funds allocated to the project. Another change is year one in our annual resurfacing budget was reduced by an additional $1 million to $3 million. The prior draft of the CIP had $4 million of funding for our resurfacing projects in all 5 years, and then moving forward with a projected reduction in the TDA fund allocation that will be coming to the city that is used to fund our resurfacing projects. There's a projected reduction of $1 million we're planning for in a conservative estimate, and so that project total fund for the first fiscal year was lowered to $3 million total. And our project that will go forward for bid and award will be in line with that budget figure. And then lastly, the City Hall office expansion construction phase is moved out to future years. We're finishing up design, and that will be finished, and then essentially put on hold until there's funding available. This is due to current impacts of the general fund, and that project is programmed for future years. That brings us up to date on the proposed CIP before you for adoption. And then before I conclude my presentation, I did want to touch on an update for a related item, which is the traffic mitigation fee program. The traffic impact mitigation fees were added to the municipal code by ordinance back in 1989, essentially to address the impacts of new development on traffic circulation in the city. That is codified in Chapter 11.68 of the municipal code. These are development impact fees collected from new development projects to offset a portion of the costs of traffic circulation improvement projects. These types of fees are required to have a nexus study which links the need for the improvements to new development. The nexus study, including the traffic model and a list of projects, was last updated in 2012, so it's time for an update, and that is in process. It has been in process for some time with a consultant working on that, and the update is nearly completed. One of the items that we're looking at having the consultant consider, based on the closer to developed, fully developed status of the city as opposed to back in the 80s and 90s when it was under significant development in various areas of the city, we're looking at comparing going to one citywide fee structure versus the current structure is 3 geographically separated districts at this point that were structured that way because of the nature and amount of different types of development that were coming forward in the city. So the consultants has looked at that and will be bringing the updated information back to City Council in the near future to review the updated nexus study, traffic model, list of projects, and the options of staying with the 3 districts versus moving to one citywide fee structure. And we'll be bringing that forward for City Council review as an item. Typically it would be a study session. We'll see what kind of format we're in by that time when we're ready to come forward early in the next fiscal year within the first quarter with adoption following right along with that. Again, all of that planned to be done within the first quarter of the next fiscal year. One of the reasons I mentioned this update is that it is tied to the CIP because there are projects in the updated CIP that are funded with TMF fees. And some of those projects are new to the proposed TMF project list that we'll be presenting and bringing forward back to council for consideration early next fiscal year. So there are some of those projects in the current CIP, and those projects will not be worked on until the new TMF list of projects is adopted with the updated traffic mitigation fee nexus study and fees. That concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klotzel. Before I open this up for public hearing, do any members of the council have questions for Mr. Klotzel? Mr. Mulchay.
Dave, and thank you for that. Got too much things on my desk. This update, the projects that were being shifted to future years. I understand that one of the considerations for shifting things aside from money, which is going to be tight, and I understand that, was also workload on staff. In the budget we have for this next fiscal year, we have we've allocated 7.2 FTEs specifically to Public Works CIP Capital Improvement Project Administration. What changed? Is this too few projects for too many staff? Do we need to reallocate staff who otherwise would be doing CIP onto other things?
No, actually, it's aligning the amount of projects that are able to be worked on by the staff that we have. So given the workload capacity for the staff that we have, that's limited to the amount of hours that each staff works over the year. Based on our estimates of staff time needed for each of the projects, then that's where we arrange the schedules to fully utilize all staff on the projects scheduled for each fiscal year.
How did we get so many projects? I guess, how did the plate fill over to where we would, concerning staff time, that we would need to move so many
right
out?
Yep. No, good point. And it's really coming from implementing this change now at this point. Previously, how projects were scheduled, essentially the CIP was basically front-loaded with projects, and which then gave the ability for staff to work on a large number of projects as the need arose to work on those projects. And as with all CIPs, the timing of staff time necessary to work on those projects varies widely, and can stop and start. And then, so there was a more of a bank, if you will, of projects available under that scenario for staff to work on. And the total amount of hours that those staff members will spend is limited to how much they're available to work, right? That number's fixed. And now that with this goal of the benefit of a cost recovery from actual hours of work that are being tracked, to recover those costs out of the funds, especially non-general funds projects, our water, wastewater, and other non-general fund sources, has set the requirement to then only show the actual amount of hours that are available to work. Again, I refer to that staff workload capacity. X amount of hours times the different rates ends up with a total dollar amount that we know is about what can be spent any given year. And then that is allocated amongst projects, and we can only have so many projects per year in that case. So now what we're looking at is if we get into the case where one project for some reason is delayed and we had say $50,000 of staff time budgeted for that project, and say it gets delayed to the point where we know it's not going to be worked on that fiscal year for whatever reason, and something else needs to move in, we're going to have to come back to council, and if there's another project that needs to go forward that doesn't have the budget, then we would be again, that would be shifting that schedule accordingly to be able to spend staff time on that project that can move forward. So I don't know if that answers the question, but really what brought us to this point here in this latest update is a major change from how it was done before. That the staff time was not budgeted per project to a limit each fiscal year. It was limited in that staff can only work so many hours per year. That's essentially the same number. Just that now it's being assigned and allocated across X amount of projects up to that total staff time capacity.
And as Mr. Potts also mentioned, there was a list of projects that may or may not have been worked on that were budgeted at some level. So as you mentioned, if a project needed to shift attention to another project, let's assume that there was a list of 30 projects, but really they were only going to be able to get to about the first 20, then there was money that was being set aside for the remainder that may not be utilized. And so what this does is assigning staff hours to projects is our best look at what can staff actually be able to accomplish in a year. We'll have to see what happens if a project is delayed and how we rework those priorities and that schedule. But it also does prioritize projects that can be worked on, and then we're not holding up funds for projects that we may not even touch in that year.
As a follow-up, we talked about the Camp Hills drain last time we talked CIP budget, like a month or so ago, and that there were substantial anticipated cost increases on that project. How are we, is Public Works or staff looking at changing how we approach project cost estimates, so we don't get surprised later on? I understand there's always going to be extenuating circumstances, and once we investigate, certain things come to light. I understand. In my business, you don't really know what you're dealing with until you open a wall, and then you find all the issues. But is there a way to where we can better estimate or more accurately estimate potential cost overruns or vast increases in project costs?
Right, and you hit the nail on the head. Is definitely we can if we have the information available to work with. So, and this is a real good case in point, knowing that this was going to be a project that was going to be needed in the future. We wanted to get it in the CIP as soon as possible. However, to crystal ball and guess is really difficult to land on that number that we eventually get to with more information. So when this project first went into the CIP, it was a really rough estimate, and without spending additional time and funds and resources to further refine that number, which is essentially what we ended up doing, because first step is to do this conceptual design, which we are nearing completion, and we'll be coming back to council soon with the results of that. That's what we've got far enough along in that process to realize the cost is actually going to be significantly higher, and this is what it is. So it's essentially the nature of those types of projects. Staff looks at other similar types of projects that other agencies might be doing. Again, with capital projects, each one has its very own unique situations. Even permitting requirements, depending on what level of permits are going to be needed for different projects, can have a significant impact on the total cost for that. So, we use as much information that we have to refine those estimates as best as possible. We don't want to overestimate, especially on these general funded projects. It would be nice to get right exact, because those are funded, as Mark has explained a couple times, over successive years leading up to the project, right? The general fund contributes to the total cost of that. So to overinflate those, it's not good to go on that side real far. The way this one ended up is it ended up being, a significant cost increase when we got to the point of really putting pencil to paper and getting some estimates based on conceptual designs from the engineer. So we took that step of spending that additional time and money to further refine the cost.
And to be a little bit more concise in my line of questioning, aside from getting very specific plans to a project, but when we are trying to, let's just say, a rough number a project, because we want to get it in there in the CIP. Some of these are 5+ years out. And obviously, the cost of materials, the cost of anything fluctuates. I guess the question is, how often or how regularly do we go back and do a quick analysis? Do we analyze those numbers to make sure they still kind of hold up under current conditions, economic conditions, the price of materials or whatnot? Whatever it is we use to arrive at that rough estimate cost.
Right, and again, that's part of the annual process. It's going to vary on how much effort and detail we go into. Again, it's project dependent. But as we do, as I mentioned in the overall review of the process is that's one of the things we review is the estimated cost and schedule of each project as we start preparing that initial draft of the CIP that'll then eventually be presented in April to council. So those are the steps that we go through. Again, it's even, we don't have dedicated staff that are full-time cost estimators to get down to that level of detail on every single project, but we'll focus in on those that we know that there's a need for an update for whatever reason, and spend the appropriate amount of time to refine as best as possible those costs. Each year that we update the CIP, we're looking at the project costs.
Okay. Thank you.
Do other members of the council have questions? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, Dave, a question, and maybe it's more of a comment, but we've got, I don't know, some 21 projects here, and let's say, and I know we can debate this, but let's say Congress passes an infrastructure bill. Are we going to be poised enough to be able to be nimble enough to be able to apply for some of those funds with this? And I can remember several years ago there was a stimulus package that they had what they called shovel ready. And we were able to get some of those monies because our projects were deemed shovel ready. So obviously, if the money comes in faster, are we nimble enough to perhaps move some of these forwards? And consequently, of course, if the monies do not come in as quickly, we will have to do the reverse. So the question is, are we, poised enough to be able to be in a position to either alter, I know this is a 5-year CAPS project schedules here, and I'm just, asking the question as to whether or not we're nimble enough to take advantage if there's some opportunities, and vice versa, for sure, pull back on some if we have to do that.
Right. We're as nimble as we can be. Again, several factors are going to come into play if funds do become available. And it really comes down to a timing on the exact timing of when those funds would need to be applied for, acquired, and then spent by. If there's enough of a window of time, we've got several projects that we could likely get to the point where they would be, quote, shovel ready. Again, I can't promise at this point. It just totally depends on actual timing when that occurs. But for instance, this daily drive project, we've got plans ready to go. We've already gone through one bid. We're going to continue to move forward, and it's planned to use Camarillo corridor funds, so the project has those funds identified. But if for some reason some other funding source comes available that we're able to apply to this project, depending on where we are in the schedule and what the schedule is for those funds that become available, that's one that if all the stars align, we could shift it to get funding from that source. Then by all means, we would do what we need to do. Most all of that does take staff time to do, and we would work it in as best as we can with available staff time. The other option we have is if funds are becoming available and the funds can be used for consultant services, for project management and getting projects closer to shovel ready and out to construction sooner with the use of consultant funds that would then, or consultant services that could then be offset by those grant monies. We would look at that, all possibilities to be as nimble as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Klotzel before I open it up for public hearing? All right, hearing none, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Jeffrey, do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not have any speakers.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing then, bring it back to council for discussion and action. Who would like to start?
I will.
Craven.
Yes, we've discussed this a couple of times in February and again in April, and it's a lot of work to be done. It's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I support it, and I can vote to approve it.
Mr. Kildee?
Yes, I think we've had, several sessions on this. I want to commend staff for the hard work that they've done. There's several $1 million in projects here, and we in a perfect world we'd be able to do them all really super quickly, but we're obviously far from a perfect world here. But I think they've done a good job in prioritizing the important ones to the ones that we can actually delay a little bit. And one of the reasons why I asked, the question of the nimbleness here is in somewhat the unlikely event if monies do come in, or if there's potentials to get revenues to start some of these projects quicker. Obviously, that would be a really good thing too. But there's an awful lot of projects here, and we're going to do the best we can to try to complete them as quickly as we can. But we have to be obviously conservative on this, and we do have to prioritize. And I believe that we've done both to the best of our abilities with the information that we've got at this particular point.
Are there other comments? Susan?
Sure. I think we've discussed this, and I think we've done a good job of shifting some things around and prioritizing what needs to be done and what can wait. And so I'm pleased at where we are, and I'm supportive.
Sean?
I am supportive of this. I have one additional question. I just have to ask it for Dave. In shifting any of these projects where there are grant monies at play, is that going? I'm to assume that by shifting any of these projects, we're not jeopardizing certain available grants or grants that have been awarded that we have to use within a certain time.
That's exactly right. That's one of those parameters that comes into play on projects that need to move forward, and we need to allocate staff time to continue those projects where, for instance, we've got federally funded projects that do have timing constraints, and so those are continuing on in, most of them are already current year and then into year one. So some of those projects listed in year one and moving into year two are exactly for that purpose, to make sure we're expending and utilizing those grant funds and not losing them.
Okay, but we're not losing anything with this schedule.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I echo my colleagues' comments too.
And I echo them as well. And one other comment, I think the most important slides, Dave, thank you for your presentation. We're under the capital improvement program process with the estimated expenses for city staff time now assigned to each project. And I think that's an important consideration that has come up this year, put together with all the changes to the CIP program since the April 22 meeting. So I'm supportive of this item. So is there a motion by council?
Your Honor, go ahead.
I'll move to adopt a resolution to adopt the capital improvement program for 20 through 25 fiscal years.
All right, thank you. And do I hear a motion? Or I'm sorry, do I hear a second? I think I hear Mr. Kilby. Mr. Kilby will second that motion. All right, Jeffrey, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries.
And I will ask for, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mrs. Craven.
I will ask for a motion for the Camarillo Sanitary District.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second to adopt a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2025 capital improvement program for the sanitary district. Could we have the vote, please?
Director Tremblay?
Yes.
Director Santangelo?
Yes.
Director Molche?
Yes.
Secretary Kildee?
Yes.
Chair Craven?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, and then finally, last but not least, could I hear a motion with respect to the successor agency?
I'll move this suggested action.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Jeffrey, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right. We're done then with item 18A. We're going to go ahead and go to departmental. I understand that under departmental, I think we're going to start with item 19D, correct, Ms. Nichols, the grant and loan program?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Winkler will get us started, and we have a couple of guest speakers tonight.
Great. Well, thank you for having me once again, Mayor and council members. Tonight we're going to be discussing a...
Can I make a comment first before you go? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Mr. Mayor, is that make a comment?
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Kildee.
Yes, as a business owner, I did call our city attorney, and I am able to participate in this discussion. However, my business will not apply for any funds or anything else in any way, shape, or form that would benefit my business, whether or not the council decides to go forward with any of this as well. So I want to make sure that publicly I do state that I will be part of the discussion. I'm able to be part of the discussion, but I will not be applying or have any benefit to anything potentially that may be approved tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kildee. Any other announcements before Mr. Winkler proceeds? All right. Mr. Winkler, please go ahead. Thank you.
Absolutely. So on May 23rd, the council directed staff to explore programs that support business recovery efforts. We already went through many of those earlier. However, these two items, the grant program and the loan program, require some further guidance from City Council. So on April 17th, staff has surveyed our community, and we had 718 responses from businesses. And with those, we were able to identify multiple industries that were in need of funding for grants or for loans. Of those most impacted, actually, let me back up one step. Those that were that answered, but they had no reserves to fund them, and also had been or had not received any revenue since March 1st, were identified as high risk. So those industries most at risk were personal services, where 64% of those businesses identified that they're at high risk. The arts, entertainment, recreation, including gyms, they're at 42% of that industry is at risk. And restaurants, 35% of those are at risk. I won't go into the other industries as they're a bit lower than that. But there's a lot of need out there for capital right now. So we've been in contact with the Ventura County Community Foundation and the EDC for their assistance in setting up these grant and loan programs. So tonight we have with us Vanessa Bechtel from the Ventura County Community Foundation, and we have Bruce Stensley from the Economic Development Collaborative. So thank you, both of them, for being here. They'll be on standby for questions later. So so when we started our conversation with the VCCF in regards to grant programs, we were trying to solve the question of how can we fund website and tech adaptations, how could we assist businesses with their building renovations for social distancing, how could we allow businesses to acquire personal protective equipment, or social distancing signage or equipment, or even pay their fixed expenses such as payroll, utilities, rent. So, so we've designed these programs with that in mind, and that was our first conversation with Vanessa and Jim Rivera at the VCCF, which was actually just, hey, could we do this? And the answer was yes, they would love to support us in this effort. And VCCF is a wonderful organization, and they actually are offering for this scenario, for this emergency scenario, no fees to administer the grant program. So that's amazing. So thank you to the VCCF for that. So at the same time, the county, as you may know, has created what they're calling the Economic Stabilization and Recovery Program. So in that program, there's two, they're going to do $10 million or $20 million over 2 phases. So, and they're looking at funding $5,000 for each applicant that gets selected through the lottery system that they had set up. So what we presented to council tonight has changed just a little bit since we wrote the report. As you know, the Board of Supervisors had another meeting yesterday. So the options changed a little bit, and I'll just go over that as well. But what we really need assistance with is figuring out, how much money would council like to spend or to allocate to the Small Business Assistance Grant Program, and how much would the individual grant recipients be able to receive. And also, this third bullet point that you're seeing is determining a focus area. If we wanted to go that route, we could allocate a certain amount of funds to different focuses. So that's kind of where the county has moved yesterday. And just as a background, the county Board of Supervisors has identified high-risk neighborhoods and minority and women-owned businesses as a priority, and also those who did not receive EIDL or PPP. And then the remainder of the funds would be weighted by population and go out to all businesses that fit the criteria for the loan program, or the grant program, excuse me. So our staff is recommending $1 million to be allocated to this program at the rate of $2,500 per applicant, which would allow us to serve 400 businesses in Camarillo. And as you may know, we have nearly 5,000. I think we have about 4,700 in-town businesses at the moment. And in-town business means their office is located in Camarillo and they work in Camarillo. There's about 8,000 businesses that are out of town and in town inclusive. So we're trying to make sure that we focus on our in-town businesses in this effort is our goal. And the reason we picked the $2,500 amount program is because you could actually build a website for $2,500, a fairly decent website for businesses. So that's kind of what we set our benchmark to as far as website and tech adaptations go. If we were to give every business in Camarillo $500 to buy social distancing or signage and PP or hand sanitizer, that could easily cost us $2.5 million. So it is one of those scenarios where we're not able to serve everybody, but we want to make an impact on those that we're able to serve. So with that, option 1 is the first option that we've identified, which was the fastest option to allocate funds to our businesses. So in this option, what we would be doing is we would use the infrastructure from the county's program, and what we would do is we would, when the monies are allocated to the businesses via that, for those businesses that are in Camarillo, they would get a supplemental $2,500 on top of the $5,000. So with that, they would be able to get $7,500, and those would go rather quickly. Since the funding is distributed throughout the entire county, we're expecting there's going to be some extra funding available. So that's why we've added that part where if we have tapped those, we could then go through the remainder of the Camarillo businesses and fund those. So we could set up an algorithm with the VCCF to do that. Option 2 we find is the most equitable. However, it does take a little bit longer to distribute the funds to all the businesses because of that process. So for that, we would wait till the county funds all of their businesses, and then, at least through the first wave, and then we would pick those Camarillo businesses that were not funded and then run them through our own algorithm that would distribute the funds to those in some form of a lottery system as well. So we've also included an option for matching funds. The council has expressed an interest in matching funds. So we have a $250,000 dollar-for-dollar match program. So if people donate to that fund, we will donate $1 as well bringing that total up to a possible $1.5 million, which would then serve 600 businesses. So, but that does rely on the generosity of the community. So that's an option out there too. So we're seeking, I think we should take these one at a time since we have Vanessa on the line, and we can talk about this. So I'll turn it over to council, and Vanessa is available for questions as well.
Thank you, George, and thank you both to Vanessa and Bruce for being here this evening. Let me ask council members, though, if you have questions first for George on any of these aspects before we discuss, or for Vanessa before we move forward to discuss it further.
I have a question.
Mrs. Craven.
Yes, do we have any idea how many businesses in Camarillo were shut down because of the county's order and the city's order?
Well, just to quickly answer that question, at one point in time, every business was shut down except for essential businesses. And so so at that time it was quite a few. And then as things have progressed, the phases have reopened more businesses. So we don't have an exact count for each phase, but we do know that right now 50% of our retail is still closed, and that 100% of the gyms and the nail salons and those things are closed. I don't have an exact count on the business totals for you, unfortunately.
I guess the reason I was asking is because I believe that every single realtor has to, every single real estate salesman has to have his or her own business license, which is different than one office. Every doctor in a group has to have one, and so I was just wondering, and those were not closed down, at least the realtors weren't closed down for very long. I just was wondering if we had any idea of how many of those 4,000 something were actually shut down.
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's kind of what we found with that Old Town Business Survey was that the reason that's so high is because most or all of the hair salons were hiring independent contractors, so they're each businesses in theory. So what we could address through the future parameters that we discuss is how much or how that could be allocated, or maybe what are the restrictions, like maybe only one owner of the salon could apply for this grant or something like that. So we can definitely take that into consideration as we bring this to council next time.
Well, that's a concern of mine because I didn't want several people in one office to be applying and then have other people not get anything.
Yeah.
George, I had I don't see any other hands raised. George, well, go ahead, Sean, if you're ready.
There was a reference, in option 2, there was a reference made to the county's initial funding to be, that they were going to distribute and wait until those funds were distributed. What is that timeline?
So the county's timeline has moved a bit back by about a week, so I'm not 100% sure on the month here, but the applications will be taken in June, so that should happen pretty shortly. Maybe this is a question for Vanessa as well. Are you on hand, Vanessa?
I sure am. George, thank you so much. And I just want to say thank you, Mayor Tembley, and to the entire council for having me here today. And Bruce and Sendley and I are happy to answer questions that you might have. But I just also want to say how much I've appreciated working with George and Steve, and I think that they've been very thoughtful in the way that they've been pursuing this process. The timeline would begin, proposed timeline right now, and it is going to go back to the County Board of Supervisors on Tuesday just for affirmation for exactly how the allocation and algorithm is going to be developed. But the application will go live on June 24th at 9 a.m. and will close on July 8th at 11:59 p.m. Now, there's obviously a lot of due diligence that needs to be done, so there are documents and verification that we need to do to make sure that everyone is a qualified business that we'll be doing in partnership with the Economic Development Collaborative and the Women's Economic Ventures. But that process is slated to go through where checks can then be distributed on August 12th. So it's a pretty rapid turnaround. We're looking at, we anticipate thousands of applications from across the community. The application hasn't even gotten live yet. People have just started to hear buzz about it, and we've been getting dozens and dozens of calls. So clearly there is deep need, and I just really appreciate all that you are doing, each of you are doing to promote our economy and a healthy recovery as quickly as possible.
That was my question. Thank you. And thank you, Vanessa.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thanks, Vanessa. And George, this is a joint question to you both. George, I note in the staff report on criteria for the program that eligibility, the suggested criteria is that eligibility is limited to businesses with no more than $2 million in annual revenue in either of the prior 2 years. And then in another bullet, it says special consideration given to the restaurant, retail, hospitality, and service business sectors. And so I read, and those are some of the bullet points in the staff report, and then I read that against the third bullet point on the screen in front of us now, and I have my thoughts certainly as to the first, second, and fourth bullets respectively, but determining focuses and percentage of total funds allocated to those focuses. Women-owned, minority-owned, brick-and-mortar, must have employees, phase 2 businesses, phase 3 businesses, et cetera. And I juxtapose that against the bullet on special consideration given to restaurant, retail, hospitality, and service business sectors. How do you propose that I haven't reconciled all of that in a way that makes some sense logically.
And I tried to address that earlier. Maybe I wasn't full enough.
Could you try it again?
Sure, absolutely. And the problem is that this is an evolving process. And so when I wrote the agenda report, it was earlier in the process where those were the parameters. And as we found this out yesterday afternoon, we added that determining focus areas category. So we were granted the opportunity to then create our own parameters for focusing. So instead of just special consideration given to restaurant, retail, hospitality, service business sectors, we could actually determine the allocations based upon different things. So we could say, okay, we would like to support phase 3 businesses with 50% of the funds. Maybe we would like to support female-owned or minority-owned businesses with another 10% of the funds. So we could allocate the monies however we would desire based upon that, and we could build an algorithm that would to make that possible.
So part of the challenge, I guess, on this is you need specific guidance from us on which criteria to utilize, and then depending on which criteria to utilize, what percentages to utilize.
Correct.
All right. I don't have any more questions. Do any council members? I understand that there is at least one person who wants to offer public comment on this. So I wanted to get the council's questions answered first, and then,
I do have one more question.
And then go to someone who wants to offer public comment, and then bring it back to council. Mrs. Craven.
Yes, I'm sorry. It was on my list, and I neglected to ask this question. And it's for the city attorney, but it was brought up before by a member of the public, I believe, and I think we just need to get an answer from our attorney. As we're looking at, and I know other government agencies are doing it, but we're not another government agency. As we're looking at taking this much money, $2 million or so, and giving it away to businesses, is there any concern here about gift of public funds?
Well, the rule is that when the city is spending money, it must be for a public purpose. Economic development is a public purpose. So the answer is it would not be a gift of public funds so long as it is serving a public purpose. So that is a finding that you would need to make in whatever decision you're making, that it is serving a public purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven. All right, if there are no more questions by council members, let me ask for, there is a public comment on this item, I believe, Jeffrey?
Yes.
All right, let me ask for that public comment, and then we'll then go to turn it back to the council for further discussion.
Hello?
Hi, Matt, it's Jeffrey.
Okay, do I have, can I, let me know when I can speak.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is Matt Lormer. We're in an election cycle. I have deep concerns. Mr. Kildee brought this forward. One of the things I want to talk about is the fact is we have 5 food pantries in Camarillo. The motto of the city is the people are the city, but by funding businesses first, what about the seniors and family members that need food? I think the city should give $2,500 to the 5 pantries in town. The second thing is I have a problem with this. It's an election year. I don't think Kevin Kildee or Tony should vote on this. Why? Because they could go to those business owners and say, hey, we gave money. I'd like to have a sign at your business. That's an unfair advantage. Number 3, if you're a business owner and you receive these funds, you should not be able to give election funds to Kevin's campaign or Tony's campaign or funnel it to a family member or a third-party person. Democracy is at stake in Camarillo. And let me remind you that 3 council members were fired. We've had problems in the past. So let's have some rules and regulations regarding giving city funds money, because we don't want, not to say anybody's dishonest, but the fact is we need rules. It's time that the city of Camarillo start being responsible, and this way it's a fair thing. Again, I don't think Kevin or Tony should be able to vote on this, and I don't think business owners should not be allowed to give, whoever receives this fund, to give money to either campaign during the election cycle. I hope you will take this under serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Your Honor, I feel a need to respond, please, again.
Go ahead, Mr. Kildee.
I have made one response earlier. I did have a consultation with the city attorney. He had recommended that I am able to partake in this discussion, and I will again restate I will not be applying for anything that the council decides to do that will have any direct or indirect benefit to my business. Also, some weeks ago, we decided to extend the payment for the business license. My business did not take advantage of that. I am paid up in full right now within the terms that were there before we decided to extend any payments. I will not take or accept any financial benefit that the city may or may not do to benefit myself in any way, shape, or form. And I'll ask the city attorney if there's any reason for me not to be part of this discussion that's come before him. During this discussion, I'm willing to be all ears on that.
Well, the answer is that you are able to participate in the discussion and the vote. You've disclaimed any interest in participating in the program, and beyond that, there's something called the public generally exception that would likely apply here. So, in my opinion, you are able to participate in the discussion and the vote.
And I should make it, hold on a second, Mr. Mulchay, I just want to make a comment. Number one, I have a small solo law practice. It's not located in Camarillo. It's located in another city. I have no intention of applying for funds from this program. I was going to ask Mr. Pirrick whether there was anything preventing me under Political Reform Act or FPPC regulations from voting, considering and voting on this matter, and I understand you, Mr. Pirrick, to say, no, there isn't.
I haven't said it yet, but I'll say it now. No, there's no problem.
Well, I just put the words in your mouth. Okay.
I know, but I thought you'd want to hear it from me. So, yeah, the answer is there's no problem with your participation.
Okay. There's a totally separate matter of people giving campaign donations to candidates, I guess including myself, since I'll be running for election in the fall. Is there any guidance on that? I certainly would have no intent to solicit campaign donations from anyone receiving city monies like this. But is there any guidance that you can give to us on that issue?
I think that would implicate First Amendment rights, and that individuals have the right to make campaign contributions, and I don't believe that we're able to tell them who they can support and who they can't support.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Mr. Mulchay, you had your hand raised. Thank you.
I won't ask the same question, but I will make because I already know the answer, but I will make the disclosure that I have a family business that is located in Camarillo, but we won't be applying for any of these funds, nor have we taken advantage of, similarly to what Kevin had said, we haven't taken advantage of not paying our business tax. It had just recently come due. So we're current on that. I got a question for George and or Carmen. I mean, it's my understanding part of working with VCCF and the EDC, Vanessa and Bruce, in administering these funds and developing, we'll use the word algorithm or some sort of ranking system or some sort of objective system. It's for the very reason to make sure that it's as fair as possible and that this council or anyone else for that matter aren't picking favorites, so to speak.
That's correct, Councilmember Mulchay. It's providing that objective look at it. BCCF and EDC, they have the experience in these matters. We do not have that experience, and also in the efforts of keeping distance, like you mentioned, from the council, even from staff, we would utilize their skill set for that, their experience for that. So we would be looking for them to make those do that review. Make those selections, and then provide that for us for approval, whether it's through the check or through whatever the process is. But provide that group of names or recipients.
And nor will this council be voting as to who is approved and or who is denied for any of these programs.
That's right. The process is going to be managed by whether it's the grants on VCCF or the loans on the EDC side. But it's a separate entity. They either have their boards or, there's just a lot of oversight that's given to this. So, again, the council would not be making decisions on who's getting an award, who's not. Those recipients will have already been selected by those two entities.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me, if members have no objection, maybe we ought to just take this from the top. At least for me, the easier answers for me are under bullet items numbers 1, 2, and 4. 3 is a little more difficult for me, just because I'm not quite sure how I want to balance it yet. But does anybody have objection to just taking from the top, and then we've got these 4 decision points and just taking them one by one?
I think that's a good way to do it.
Okay, so hearing no objection, who'd like to start on number 1, the amount of the funding to be allocated? Charlotte?
Yeah, I know that we started out talking about building a website, and $2,500 is enough to build a website. I think many businesses already have websites, and I don't think that's a detriment to their not being able to get up and going again. I think $2,500 is too small. I think it should be $5,000, and we might not be able, we're not going to be able, even with $2,500, we're not going to be able to help all of our businesses, but I think that $2,500 isn't even a month's rent for some of them. So we need to give them enough to really give them a little bit of a boost. And while I'm at it, I want to say that I think that I would rather we not simply automatically give to whoever the county gave to, but we give to other people so that more people will have an opportunity to be helped.
I think you just dealt with with bullet point number 4, Charlotte. Okay. Who'd like to go next? Sean?
just taking bullet point number 1, right? With the idea?
That's my intent, but Charlotte is ahead of us as usual.
She tends to be ahead of us on most things.
Just that foresight. Okay, go ahead, Sean.
The amount of funding to be allocated, I'm comfortable with the $1 million in the grant program. I agree with Charlotte in that $2,500 does seem rather too small. If I'm just to take restaurants as an example, if you look at the rents a lot of restaurants have, it's based on size and it's based on location. But I can tell you, in operating Brendan's, we had a prime site. Our base rent was at least $6,000 plus CAMs, which was another $3,000. Our rent, on average, actually, our rent averaged out somewhere between 9 and 10 before CAMs. And so, all in all, we were maybe looking at somewhere between $9 to $12,000 on average. Now, that's a big location, 6,500 square feet. And we actually had a rather sweetheart deal in how our rent was calculated. But I know, having looked at a lot of other restaurant spaces in town, I can tell you that $2,500 would not even cover a full 1 month's rent for several of these businesses. For some, it would cover. For some of the ones with a little bit of a larger space, it would not. Retailers, I know a little bit less about that in terms of retail space. You know, Kevin might be able to pull back the curtain, and maybe he'll speak to that when he comes around to speaking. But I would be in favor of increasing it to at least $5,000. I had $5,000 to $7,500 in my head. I do have a general concern in going too high because as that number creeps up, then it means that, simply put, fewer businesses are going to be able to get assistance because if the whole pie isn't increased relative to the individual disbursement amounts.
And Sean, if I can inquire, since we seem to be focusing comments on bullet points 1, 2, and 4, because I think, Mrs. Craven, I took you to mean that you would be supportive of the $1 million amount in the aggregate. So since we're doing 1, 2, and 4.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Just want to be sure I heard you right. So, Sean, do you have an opinion then on the method of distribution? I think what I heard you say is option 2.
No, I don't. I don't want to. Make sure I don't misspeak.
Option 2 were the eligible businesses that were not funded by the county. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I just want to make sure I understood you.
Yes, and my only concern is time. Depending on how things continue to reopen, I am concerned about time. And the longer we wait, if we're waiting for the county to make all their moves, then and for us to then, I assume we can accept applications. We'll have a pretty good idea of what we need to do, and then once we know what the county has done, maybe George or Carmen or someone can chime in as to your general thought and timeline, how things would work under option 2 if we were to wait for the county to make their respective awards. Essentially, could we hit the ground running very shortly thereafter, as opposed to having to wait a whole other, say, month or longer before we can actually get something going?
George, you want to take this on?
Yeah, I believe I could attempt to take this on. The process that would take longer is just mainly just writing the checks, I believe, is what I recall from my initial conversation with Vanessa. I don't know if she's on the line still. She's here. She may be better equipped to answer this question.
I'm so sorry, George. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. The question is if we were to select our option 2, which is to wait until the county has made their selection for businesses, how much longer would it take for Camarillo to receive their funding?
You know, actually, if you are open to using the same application, because what we're proposing to do with the county is to actually have 3 different tiers. with or 3 different groups within that first round. And so if Camarillo the council would like to adopt the same application, which gathers pretty standard information. Not only does it ask about the business, but it says if you're a business that has gross revenues from $25,000 to $2 million, you will be qualified. So as long as the criteria for the general application, we can actually sort and isolate and prioritize based on the council's desires. And as long as we have that information by July 16th, I think we would be just fine in getting the process through in the same type of time frame as we're proposing for the county.
So this I guess more directed at you, Vanessa. So we could, hypothetically, we could be accepting applications and effectively pre-qualifying applicants and just then put ourselves in a holding pattern until the county has made award announcements, and then we can factor that into the algorithm and then shortly thereafter start making our awards?
I would recommend sticking with the same application window, so June 24th through the July 8th, and we can advertise, since we're advertising across the county, you could just decide to actually use the same applicants, the pool of applicants. As George said earlier, we know we're going to receive thousands of more businesses throughout our county, and especially, in cities like Camarillo, where we're going to see a lot of applicants that are not going to be awarded just because we don't have unlimited funds, grants. And so you could use the same application and develop your criteria so that we could apply the algorithm at the same time that we're doing the county work. And my proposal actually to the council is that you have the county's awards done first so that you can maximize the amount for Camarillo and supplement those that may not have received funding through your assistance. But, really, it's up to you. And I just wanted to share one other thing for your comfort and confidence. We've created a special oversight committee to govern these funds, including 2 fund administrators. And the goal for the Special Oversight Committee is to really ensure that we operate in a transparent and an accountable fashion. We first learned about this use of Special Oversight Committees and how to do individual assistance grants from Ken Feinberg, who is the Special Oversight Committee Master for the 9/11 Fund. And he helped us when the Borderline tragedy happened, establish that protocol. And we're following that same protocol here. So we will be publishing, and I think it's really critical that we write up the terms and the guidelines that your council adopts and really publish that so it's transparent, accessible, and then our Special Oversight Committee will continue to govern that. And anyone from, your city manager's office, George, Steve, are welcome to sit in on these meetings, add value, participate, and we would welcome that participation if that's helpful as well.
Thank you. To round up, Mayor Tremblay, to round up my comments, I would be supportive of option 2. My concern is just making sure that the window between the county taking action and then when we can supplement and or make our respective awards is not, a wide ravine, that we're able to do so in quick order. So from what Vanessa told me, that if we're effectively piggybacking on a similar process and application, then we would be able to do that and be able to be very timely.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sean, who'd like to go next?
I will. Sure. I like the idea of going to 5,000, but it very much concerns me that that cuts in half the amount of businesses we're able to affect. Sean, your example of, what was the name of your restaurant? The restaurant.
Oh, Brendan's?
Yeah, Brendan's, sorry. I think most of the businesses in Camarillo are much smaller. And so I'm not sure if that's the best way to say, is this an adequate amount or not? I think we have to remember that there was also PPP. I'm struggling with that. I don't want to cut in half the number of businesses we help. So if we're going to increase the amount per business, then I think we need to talk about increasing the total amount. I won't feel good about a program like this if we're only helping 200 businesses with the total amount of businesses we have in Camarillo, especially the very small ones who might say, you know what, that 2,500 would have helped me. So I'm struggling with that. I don't know how to, I'd like to hear what other people have to say. But I'll skip to bullet number 4, option 2, because I don't want to double up. I don't want to give people money that are already getting money from the county. I want to make sure that as many people are being helped as possible.
Thank you, Susan. Let's see. Sean, did you want to respond first before I call on Kevin?
I did. I didn't say it. One way we could look at doing this, even though we're raising, as I suggested and Charlotte suggested, raising the cap to 5,000. We can do this kind of sliding scale. The algorithm can have a sliding scale, so it's based on a whole criteria. But if let's say a business does get something, they've gotten some sort of PPE or PPP, or they've gotten money from the county, and it was just a partial funding. It didn't nearly, approach covering the true need which they had. Then we don't need to give them $5,000. We could give them $1,500 or $2,500, and we could have. It doesn't necessarily need to be a fixed number, but it could be a sliding scale number up to a certain amount, depending upon a whole lot of qualifiers. That's kind of my thinking. That's how I justified increasing the cap, while thinking that we could that it wouldn't be limiting the number of businesses.
Mr. Mayor, can I respond to that?
Sure, and then I'll call on Kevin.
Oh, sorry. No, I had actually thought about perhaps having a range, and maybe Vanessa can pipe in on this. I don't know how complicated it makes the process and the timeline. That'd be my concern with that.
Why don't we just treat that as a question to Vanessa right now? And then, Kevin, thanks for your patience. We'll call on you in a minute. Vanessa, can you respond to that?
First, I'll just say that I empathize so significantly with your challenge here, and really, I think there are so many different ways you can look at it, and I agree. We could do. We're going to be asking for brackets of income, so 25,000 up to gross revenues of 2 million, and so you could do it based on tier on the size of the organization. So if an organization is smaller, you could do it in a couple of different ways. And I also do know that we are exploring an algorithm that would make organizations that did not receive the PPP or the EIDL funding about half as likely to receive funds. So organizations that were not successful in being able to access those two government programs would be twice as likely to receive funding. We're exploring an algorithm on that, so you could do something similar there as well. And so I wish I had an easy answer. There's really no right or wrong way to do this. It's just really tough when there's not enough money to go around and you're trying to help everyone and then help it in a meaningful way. And I think you just wrestle with helping as many organizations and then helping organizations really survive. So it's just really a tough situation, and I wish I had an answer or best practice, but I think we're all in this together, just exploring how to best serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Mr. Kildee, thank you for being so patient.
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, there's a couple of things. Well, first, any amount of money will be appreciative to small business. I totally understand where Susan's coming from, and I do believe the more that we can help businesses, that this program would be wonderful. However, any amount of money would be really good. My particular business, by far, this is just my business, by far, the largest expenditure I have per month is the rent. It's not even close. And my rent is way more than $2,500 a month. And, with that, I think the $1 million is a good number, but I think it's important, too, to give the businesses that apply for this and get approved enough money to make it meaningful. And remember, the rent is a fixed cost. The rent is there regardless every month. So obviously, the sooner we could get that to small business like I have, the better. However, that expenditure is there regardless. It's every month. So it would seem to me that if I were applying for this, the $5,000 would be really meaningful. That would be wonderful for a size of the business, mine. Now, if it's $2,500, of course, very appreciative of that. Several businesses have applied for the PPP loans. I don't know their success rate, but I will say this. I've experienced and heard that if we could mimic our application as close to the counties, because it can be very cumbersome to fill out these applications. And remember, right now, most of the small businesses that I'm aware of are working with far less employees than they have in the past. So it's very challenging sometimes for the owner-occupant or operator there to fill out a somewhat cumbersome form. So we need to, in my opinion, streamline that as close as we can. Now, if there is an opportunity somehow to do a sliding scale with this, I'm not sure if Vanessa is able to do that or not, but any amount of money would be very appreciative, but the $5,000 would be really meaningful for a small business. Those are my
excellent. Yes, no, we can, Bruce, I just will be helping in this process, and I think, we can definitely talk about how we can do that together. Bruce, are you there?
I am indeed.
Hi, Bruce. Yeah, so do you have any feedback on this?
No, thanks. Bruce Stensley, Economic Development Collaborative, and echoing comments from Vanessa a moment ago, appreciate the wrestling with this. We've been part of these discussions with the county, and these are the bare questions and answers to reach. Agreed that the more this can be streamlined along with the application process with the county makes great sense. The debate on the amount of money is purely one of a question of how wide versus how deep do you want to put the money. And I hear those opinions on both sides, and I don't know that there's a right answer to it.
Thank you very much, Bruce. So let me go ahead and weigh in a couple of preliminary comments. Number one, this is a reason that we have economic reserves, and I think spending some amount of money from our reserves, and we have a substantial amount of reserves committed to economic development. This is absolutely an appropriate use of those reserves. This is the rainy day that has arrived. I think my view is, and when I read the staff report, I think one of the eligibility priorities has to be, in my view, a business that did not either receive a Paycheck Protection Plan loan or an economic injury disaster loan, and did not receive grants from the county. I think the $1 million amount is appropriate. I agree with what Charlotte said earlier, and I guess what Kevin said in terms of the amount. I think with a lot of businesses that have lot of small businesses that have substantial overhead. I'm worried that $2,500 would not be as meaningful. I think $5,000 would be more meaningful, and I think it matches what the county is doing. So I'm inclined to do $5,000 grants under option 2. I think a sliding scale would be very difficult to do. But Susan, I also recognize what you're saying, and so here I'm thinking that one of the other options or one of the other possibilities in the staff report was the potential for a matching fund. And I think I have to direct this question to Vanessa and George as to whether or not what is the feasibility of that. But I would be willing to commit an additional $250,000 for a dollar-for-dollar match program as outlined in the staff report. And that would give additional funds available for additional businesses. It wouldn't be all 400, of course, but it'd be a lot more. If my math is right, I think it's an additional 50 businesses, if I am doing my math correctly. In any event, but I don't know what the feasibility is of a matching fund scenario. So let me ask Vanessa and George whether or not that's feasible.
Well, thank you so much. I'll defer to George first, and then I'm happy to chime in. I just know how. I just want to make sure George weighs in first.
Thank you, Vanessa. You're always so kind, and your presence is appreciated. So my thoughts are, I don't know about the realistic potential of people to donate money for businesses. That's kind of the concern. I think they may be more likely to spend money at a business and get something back. However, I don't know the philanthropic community, and so that's there's a possibility that there is a business owner out there that wants to do something like this. So Vanessa, however, is a master of navigating this community, so I will turn it over to her. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, I do think we have really demonstrated huge commitment and generosity. Unlike the fires and the tragedy at Borderline, where we actually saw global support, every community now is in crisis, and so it's been amazing to me to witness the generosity. In fact, our donors to date have already awarded north of $7 million to our community, and that has come from local dollars from our community. And so you're talking to me at the end of about 3 months of pounding the pavement, doing everything possible to raise funds, and of course we're still raising funds. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a lot of harm in trying because you just never know. So I don't have anyone that's jumping out that I know is like, okay, they're going to step forward right away. But I do know that our community cares, and people have been wanting to support our business. I think now more than ever, people understand the importance our small businesses play in our entire social safety system. People need jobs. This is really vital. So I've been really proud of our community and would be honored to help try to raise funds, just coming with full transparency that we have really been leaving no stone unturned. So just please know this has been the end of, the 3 months of pretty intense fundraising effort.
Vanessa, thank you very much for responding to that, and of course, thank you for all of your efforts. I know they are tireless to assist our community, so we really appreciate it.
Well, you too. Appreciate all of you.
So I think I don't know if anybody has a reaction to that, because we've kind of covered to what I thought about in terms of matching funds. Maybe perhaps one way to do it is to leave that possibility open for a period of 15 to 30 days and see if anybody comes forward in the next 30 days, perhaps, that evinces an interest in being a donor for that program, and then we could evaluate it, and if a majority of the council wanted to do that, we could make that decision at that time. What do you think about that?
Sounds good.
That sounds good. And I'd be willing to consider the extra $250,000 as well. I think it's anything we can do is money well spent for this.
But I think I'm seeing nods from the council on that. So I think we've taken on bullet points 1, 2, and 4, respectively, and now we need to take on bullet point number 3. And I guess one of the things that I'm struggling with is I don't think that and I apologize, George, if I'm still not getting it, I don't know that those focuses and those percentages are defined yet, for example, under the county program. And I'm not necessarily advocating that we follow the county program. We follow whatever we think is best as a council for the city. But is there any recommended focuses or percentages that staff has or that the county is using or that you can suggest to us? Or do any members of the council have a particular way that they want to approach this question?
Your Honor, I have a hard time with anything but need. I mean, I'd hate to say so much for minority-owned businesses or women-owned businesses and then have businesses owned by men need it more because of circumstances. I'd hate to say, I think that what I'm looking at, what I've been thinking of, is businesses that provide services to our residents, and I consider it's not a service business, but restaurants as well. I have a whole list of people I think that we need to talk about, not people, but types of businesses. If you're a one-person home-based business and you do catalogs, or catalog sales, I call it online sales, I don't think you have as much need as probably as somebody who has a brick-and-mortar store. But I don't know that with employees, I don't know that should be our criteria. I think we ought to look at who has the biggest need.
Additional thoughts on this?
I'll chime in. I would like to, certainly minority-owned businesses need help like everybody else did. I have no problem helping that. I would like to see us really help as many businesses as we can here. And one of the reasons why I brought up the $5,000 is that is meaningful. If we decide that we're not going to be able to allow those that get any of the government-sponsored loans and not fund those that will get the county monies, you may have a situation where you thin the list of applicants to a certain extent. I don't know that for sure, but I do know that there's still federal monies available that have not been allocated yet, and they are somewhat slow. You do not hear from them right away on that. But, as many businesses as we can help locally, I would support any way that we decide to do that.
Susan?
I would like to see a designated portion of the money go to minority and women-owned businesses.
Sean?
Yeah, no, I second Susan's suggestion as well. I wouldn't mind a carve out to make sure they're not left behind or drowned out. I sympathize with Charlotte's call for need. I think that is paramount. The hardest part is quantifying need. So obviously we all have needs. Everyone has needs, and the hardest part is going to be finding out who needs it more, I guess. And by looking at the phases, which businesses were, hair salons. I can tell you that a hair salon is going to have a significantly larger need than a business that was deemed essential from the get-go has been open for the duration. The their rent is, they have no income put against rent or anything else for that matter. So I can quantify, I can quantify the need and qualify the degree of their need versus someone else's need. Everyone's going to have a need. I understand that. So the hardest part is going to be qualifying one person, one business's need over another. I do think having a brick and mortar is important. Having employees is important, and the phasing of the business is important. Everything outlined here, I think, is these are all relevant data points in building the algorithm, the quote-unquote algorithm.
Your Honor, can I make one more quick point before you?
You bet.
Yeah, I think we need to remember, too, yes, that beauty salons and nail salons, I believe the beauty salons just opened up, and some, if not most, of the nail salons, I believe, are still closed. So, yes, they do need help. And I think if we could help minority and women businesses, I'm all for that. I think everybody, there's never enough money in these situations here, but whatever we can appropriate, and again, whoever we can help that is truly the most needy is a good thing. So those are some of my comments along with the other ones I made.
Well, philosophically, I'm supportive of all of the criteria in this bullet point. My challenge is I don't quite know what the rubric looks like. But I wonder whether or not that's a question that we have to answer tonight, which I guess we do if we want to start having a June 24th through July 8th application window. But the difficulty is we don't have any rubric or suggested rubric in front of us. So I'm struggling with that, and I guess I've got to turn it back to ask George and Carmen and Vanessa, how would you suggest that we approach this?
So I think we've heard a lot of suggestions from council tonight. We have a pretty good understanding of what the desires are, and I think we could bring something back to council with some suggested parameters to help guide us, and then we can go through those details further at the next meeting.
George, would that mean that we could go ahead and establish this, decide that we're going to establish this program tonight, and then and we've kind of walked through bullet points 1, 2, and 4, and we're bringing, that would not impact, if we wanted to, let me back up. If we wanted to mimic the county's application process, as Kevin has suggested, and the application process were to start June 24, would being able to talk about bullet point number 3 further on June 24, would that hold us up in any way? I wouldn't think so.
I mean, I'm fine. From DCCF's perspective, we would be fine being able to start the application process and then having that criteria defined throughout that application period. It would work okay for us.
In other words, somebody could apply for funds. They may not be aware of what the exact rubric is going to be, but they could still make application. I guess, is that a logical way to do it?
Well, I think especially if they are going to meet that criteria of being between $25,000 in gross revenue to that $2 million figure, they'll be eligible to apply for the County of Ventura's funding as well, so they're not wasting any time. So I think if you're open to using that same kind of application that we've been working on, then people can still apply, and we can, at your direction, let people know about the additional support available for Camarillo businesses and the criteria when the council decides. We're completely flexible. You could decide now too, but I just really wanted to share that if you would like to have more time to kind of weigh all of the options, we can help accommodate that.
All right. Are council members supportive of that, of our approach on this?
I have a suggestion that I just want to kind of throw out there. And not knowing how many businesses have applied and or received any of the federal funding, perhaps we want to think about, we don't necessarily have to make this decision tonight, but maybe we say 25 or 30% or whatever the percentage is of this money will go to female and minority business. Put some sort of a percentage on that. It's a little bit difficult to have the conversation because we don't know how many people have actually gotten help. I mean, I know about 3 businesses about my size that did get some, federal help here, but I have no idea how many, businesses typically have. But it is a substantial lot of money that has been appropriated as well. I do know that. So those are some of my thoughts as well.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven?
Could we ask Vanessa if the application for the county will be asking if they have received money from the federal government?
It will be. It will be asking if businesses receive the PPP funding and the EIDL funding, and so we will have their response, and then we're asking applicants to sign kind of an attestation form stating that everything is true and that they have not misrepresented any of their facts. And so while we will not be, in a position to really do huge dive on thousands of applications, we will be doing checks after the process to confirm. So that's really important to verify.
Thank you.
Kevin, my response to you is I, as I said before, I'm supportive of all the factors in the third bullet point, including women-owned and minority-owned businesses. It's just I haven't been able to reconcile. I haven't been able to figure out what would be the appropriate percentages. So my thought would be that we take a little more time to consider that, bring that aspect back on June 24th, move forward with our application process, move forward with everything, but bring that back, and then maybe an additional discussion on whether or not we might be able to get some matching funds, and then make a decision on the 24th as to what percentages would be appropriate. And maybe we could have staff for also providing some recommendation based on what the county rubric may be, rather than signing a specific percentages tonight.
Right, I just kind of threw it out there, but yeah, absolutely, I think that would be very wise to do that.
I just like more of a chance to think about it. Any objection from council on our approach, on the way we're going? Are there any questions, George, from you, or Carmen from you, or for that matter, Vanessa from you? And thank you again, Vanessa, for all your efforts. They're truly appreciated. But are we pretty well done with on the grants side?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe we've established that we'd like to allocate $1 million in funding at the rate of $5,000 per grant, with option 2 in mind as the priority, and that we would attempt to determine if we could match funds within 15 to 30 days. If we're trying to bring it back by the 24th, that would be 14 days, so we'll try to see how that match goes. And we do have parameters that we've heard interest from brick and mortar businesses, no home-based businesses, those that have not received PPP or EIDL. And so just to give a little light on the algorithm, the way it would work is you can set up percentages, and then say the first 10% goes to women-owned businesses, the second 10% goes to those who have not gotten EIDL. You could set up the other 80% to go to anybody who's applied, as long as they're eligible. So we can do that sort of stuff. So we'll bring that back to council with our suggestions after we've looked at our business tax database and seen, kind of how does that pan out and how can we be the most equitable to all the businesses that are in need.
George, my thought is, I agree with all that with the exception of, I think we might have a little more time. My view is we might have more time on the matching matching funds issue. My thought is that we could take almost the next 30 days and bring that issue back to council at our first regular meeting on July 8. And that would give some sufficient time to ascertain whether or not we're going to have, whether there are some generous donors who step forward, and we might be able to do something on that. And that also corresponds with the end of the application window period. And so I'm thinking we have a little more time than just 14 days. We actually have until July 8th. But I don't know if members of the council would agree with that, but that would be my suggested approach.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. It just would determine how much money we have, not the criteria.
Right. Is there any objections to that? George, okay with that? Are you okay with that?
Well,
okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. Vanessa, thank you so much for all of your efforts and all the efforts of the Ventura County Community Foundation. They're extraordinary, as always.
You're wonderful. Thank you so much.
I think this means that we're going to go to the loan side and start talking to both George and Bruce at this point. And Bruce, you've been patiently waiting, and thank you for all your efforts as head of the Economic Development Collaborative. George, do you want to give us a presentation? Can we keep going, Council, and take the loan side here? Okay. George, do you have a presentation for us on?
Sure. I'm just moving to the next slide, please. We don't necessarily need to wait for that. I'll get started. We're looking at another program for loans. This is a little bit differently situated, and we're looking at setting up a revolving loan fund through the Economic Development Collaborative. The benefit of setting up a revolving loan fund is that it would provide an ongoing source of capital to provide business loans as loans are repaid. So we've recommended a $1 million loan fund, which is committed at around $300,000 for the first year, and then $225,000 for the next. Actually, and definitely in theory, actually with some new numbers that we ran, that would take out loan notes. And in theory, that's what the staff is suggesting perpetually. So the $1 million loan fund amount is great because what it does is it's truly sustainable and it pays the maintenance costs on itself with the loan interest. We could go to a lower loan amount. However, the city would then be in a position to come up with the funds to maintain the loan fund. So staff has looked at this in relation with the EDC, and we're recommending loans in the range of $10,000 to $50,000, which is, some of the criteria we're going to talk about are with some council guidance, but also, as we said, Bruce Densley is here to help walk us through this process a little bit more. But they have a professional loan board who reviews these documents, just like the VCCF has a special oversight committee. The EDC has their loan board. So these loans would be able to go to businesses that were denied by banks. So therefore, we're able to say, okay, this loan is going specifically to a business in need that was denied through a bank, so they can't get a loan elsewhere. And they're also larger, so they are able to support other expenses that are larger expenses outside the grant program. So I don't know if Bruce would like to chime in at all on this.
Thank you. Mayor Tremblay, members of the council and staff, Bruce Densley, Economic Development Collaborative. I so appreciate your last discussion and your consideration of this, of course, and investment in economic development. If I could, I'd make 4 sort of quick points, 2 which address a little bit of background on this and 2 sort of pushing for the press to go forward. The first point on the background is just to mention that EDC has some 25 years of experience in being an alternative lender in this model, working with funds from the U.S. Department of Commerce, with bank funds and other investors, making loans to businesses unable to secure commercial credit, and using a professional loan staff the advisors of our Small Business Development Center to make sure that we're doing due diligence on any note that we look at and make sure that we've fully and thoroughly examined both financials and business plan. And as George mentioned, a loan board, which assures that we're bringing professional lending experience. All of them have 20 to 30 or more years of experience, and we make sure, an important point, that there's some arm's length then assuring that staff and not city council and not others, but rather a professional loan board with the recommendation of business advisors are looking at these. So that's the first point. There's an extraordinary amount of capacity behind this. Further on security, and relative to the question of the gift of public funds, and while I clearly heard the city attorney's position and agree, we'd also point out that the idea here is we're not giving a grant. These are loans. They're fully secured. They're guarantees. There's collateral. There's security of all kinds. But a really important point is lately, over the last 6 months or less, we've been able to secure a partnership through what is called the California Infrastructure and Economic Development Bank, or iBank as it's called, for a 95% guarantee on the loans we make. And those are loans related to disaster, and it's an 80 to 85% loan guarantee for loans that are made in periods when it's not identified as a disaster. So not only do we have security from the borrowers and the assurance that we've done due diligence on these, there is a loan guarantee. And then we secure additional contributions from banks and others to have a loan loss reserve that covers that gap of the last several percent. So the assurance that the city's investment is solid is good. Which leads to a third and fourth point. As George mentioned, the idea here is to create, or what we would love to see is a revolving loan fund. That is, by 4 years of investment at $300,000, $225,000, again for 3 years. And as those loans are made for 6-year periods at 4.25%, 4.25%, a very low percent to make sure we're getting affordable capital to the borrowers, and that we're meeting the qualifications of the loan guarantee program from the California Infrastructure Economic Development Bank. Eventually, what that does is, after the 4th year, the principal return, and some interest, of course, as well, contributes a good keeps the balance in the loan fund of around $380,000. You make another loan obligation in the 5th year of $225,000, and with principal returned, this continues to allow you to make $225,000, give or take, maybe $250,000 in loans annually, and keep a reserve in that fund. In other words, this fund doesn't go away from the city. This, through an agreement or some partnership with our being your partner and doing the lending, we maintain this asset and you're investing it for the growth of the community, which of course is the last point. We really see this, along with the grant program, of course, which is more of an emergency infusion of cash, but as an ongoing investment, in this case, of economic development strategy. Historically, what we've been able to do is create at least one new job for every $20,000 loaned. So you'd be investing ideally and minimally with 10 to 15 to 20 new jobs annually. And we find they're sustainable jobs. We work hard to make sure. And it's job retention as well. Finally, in this kind of an investment, you're not only creating jobs and retaining jobs, but you're sending a signal to the business community locally and regionally that the city is, of course, serious in partnership and investing in the city, is eyes wide open to the needs of business, and it helps us attract and retain businesses of all kinds. And I should say, I said lastly already, but we really think of this not only as an investment in business, but an investment in job creation. The notion is when we're making a loan, we're not looking just to make sure that the business is viable, but we want to see that that specific transaction is resulting in job creation. And so this is very much also a labor workforce investment as well as a business investment. I'd be happy to discuss more of the operational details, structure of an agreement, but that would be my presentation. Thank you.
Bruce, thank you very, very much. Before we talk about going to these bullet points, do members of the council have questions for Mr. Stensley?
I have a question, Your Honor, if I may.
Please.
Yeah, Bruce, I'm generally supportive, but I have a couple of questions. I'm sure that you have a whole lot more experience in this than I do. But question number one is, how do we make sure that the recipient of these loans use the money to promote and or enhance their business? And number two, how do we deal with the business that might get one of these loans and let's say, heaven forbid, they go bankrupt? How does that work about the repayment? And like, I think you know where my thought process is going here. 4.25 is still a relatively favorable rate. I'd like to have some of my loans at 4.25%. But the question is, I want to make sure that A, this money is used for the appropriate expenditures, and B, if they do declare bankruptcy, that they will still be, or somebody somehow will be able to get the rate of return on our investment back.
Thank you, Councilmember. So the first question, we actually write loan terms and conditions that require that the business continue to meet with us, ideally monthly, no less than quarterly, and to make sure that we don't just say, here's, say, $50,000. We identify the purpose for which the money would be used. So now, in some cases, it can be fairly vague, and I'll admit that it could be just working capital. But the business must continue to meet with us, meet with our Small Business Development Center, and we write conditions that identify if the business is not staying true to its course, that we have the ability to call the note. The question of a bankruptcy is precisely the reason that we are so excited about securing a loan guarantee agreement with the state of California. So let's say we had a $50,000 note, they paid $10,000 of it off, they go bankrupt at $40,000, the California Infrastructure Bank would reimburse us and you, therefore, 95% of that $40,000 balance. And then we would make sure that we keep a loan loss reserve for the gap between what is the guarantee and what is the amount loaned. And we secure those guarantees by partnerships, or our loan loss reserve, I should say, by partnerships with banks. That, however, is our worst-case scenario in having to go to a loan guarantee. We're writing very specific security agreements. We take second, even third trust deeds on personal property. If it's a loan of, say, $10,000, then there's a question as to the trouble and capacity to find security, say, in property. But we are looking at personal guarantees and a claim on business assets. And we are, I can assure you, very aggressive in the pursuit of repayment. And when we can, on a $50,000 note, we would definitely, if the borrower has personal property and we don't think there's significant manageable assets that we could secure on the note in the case of a bankruptcy or other default, then we will take property. We had a loan that went bad, I hate to admit it, some 4 or 5 years ago, and was just alerted last Friday they're trying to sell a property. Title company and escrow won't move it until we are paid off the $50,000 in that case we were owed. Doesn't make the borrower very happy, but makes us extremely happy.
So, Bruce, have we deciphered the size of the business that will be eligible for this?
We didn't specifically define that, though what we've discovered is as a matter of practice, and we could write those parameters in. And at the very least, we would want them to be defined in some manner as a small business. I wouldn't use the SBA's small business definition because I think they use 500 employees. What we're looking for is the real criteria is to make sure that the business is not otherwise able to secure commercial credit. And we want to know that the investment that we're making is a significant investment in the business such that it has some sort of meaningful contribution to its viability and continuing return of value to the community. And that well, admittedly subjective criteria pretty much eliminates firms over a few $1 million in revenue. Or in rare case, I think we made a loan to a firm with more than about 50 employees. And if it's 50 employees, it's probably more in the food service or hospitality business where there are lower paid jobs and a lot of part-time work. But we'd be happy to write criteria that do set an upper limit.
Thank you.
Other questions for Bruce? Sean?
Bruce, would these loans be eligible for both existing businesses and businesses that are establishing?
Yes. In our experience, we've probably written maybe 4 or 5 notes to ongoing concerns to every startup. But we do tend to be biased in what I might call early stage businesses as opposed to longer, more established, mature businesses. In the case of the latter, our likelihood of making a loan to a longer, well-established business is likely something related to a new product or a new service innovation or an expansion of some kind of its business model rather than contributing to its sort of regular ongoing business. We are eager to do more and more early stage and startup businesses and are starting to move increasingly in that direction, especially with more loan guarantee funding from the state. Those are higher risk notes with less to be sure about, but we're thrilled. That's where a lot of the job creation comes from, so that's a high value for us all.
Good. I appreciate that.
All right. Mrs. Craven, sorry.
Yes. Bruce, or maybe somebody else. It's set up for $300,000 the first year, and then $250,000 after that to get to $1 million revolving loan fund. We have a significant reserve in this fund, and we just took $1 million for grants. Why not start with $1 million?
The idea, we could do that, and it would be easier if I could graph this for you. The idea to get to a revolving loan fund would be to make roughly $300,000 in loans the first year, $225 or so the next year, and then in the year after that. And if you start looking at the amortization schedule, that is the rate by which the principal is being returned on those investments, is after the 4th year, then you're sustaining at about $350,000 in the pool, of which you make $225,000 in loans, and as that year comes back, you're securing another $100 and some thousand in principal, and you're back up to the $300,000. And by doing that as a measured pace, you've got a revolving loan fund. If we were to make, by contrast, $1 million in loans up front, I understand absolutely the value of doing that in this particular time of need and crisis, but to turn that into reinvesting the principal on those loans would take you probably 2 or 3 years to amass enough capital to start making additional notes. So our goal in that incremental approach is to build a rolling ball that continues indefinitely based on the ongoing investment, return on interest and principal, and so on. Now, there's nothing magic about the exact 300 and 225, 225, 225. We could front load more of that because of the need. Could do different amounts. We picked the $1 million, frankly, for this reason, that using the model that we're talking about over 4 years of investment, it results in the capacity to continue to make loans at least $225,000 a year, which we think gives you the opportunity at an upper level of $50,000 to do at least 5 notes a year. It may be more, because you can do loans at $20,000 and $30,000, and it may be more because we have discovered that it's rare for most of the loans we write to last the full 6 years. Now, when you make a loan at 4 1/4, they're going to want to keep the 4 1/4 rate. But we're also tying up their other assets by the agreement, and when they want to go find other capital, which we're not able to maybe satisfy, then they need to pay us off so that our goal is to help make them bankable commercially. So it's possible, in other words, this is a long answer to a short question, that as loans are paid off faster, we can accelerate that whole process of reinvesting that capital.
Thank you.
All right. there are no further questions for Mr. Stensley, what I'd like to do, having learned my lesson last time on the grant side, is why don't we, each of us, take all three bullets and address all three bullets during the course of our comments, and we'll deal with it that way rather than going one by one. Who would like to start us off?
I can start us off.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I support this. I think this is a good idea in several ways. I think it really will send a message to the business community that Camarillo's here not only to help you, but we're looking to make you prosper. And we're also hoping that you'll expand in our city so we can have more people that not only live here, but work here as well. I understand to a certain extent the revolving part of it. I like the $1 million. I do like what they had recommended, the $300,000 and then $225,000 for the next, I believe it's 3 years. So I can support that. As far as the maximum and minimum loan amounts, I think the minimum's got to be at least $25,000, and the maximum I would think would be around $200,000. We've got to make it large enough to get people to apply for this. As far as the underwriting criteria, obviously Camarillo-based businesses I think is really important. Small business criteria, those that get turned down from a traditional bank type thing, just kind of what Mr. Stensel has said. And as far as how should we secure the loan application, fee, that's something that we can debate that. I'm not so concerned about the fee, though. I think it's a relatively small amount. I think what my goal here is to really help a business that's on the cusp of really maybe taking it to the next level that needs some working capital. So those are what I'm really focused on here, and I think this could really be a real benefit thing for us to do for business in general and specifically in Camarillo. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Who wants to go next? Mr. Mulchay? I think, actually, Sean, Charlotte beat you just briefly. You'll be on deck.
I pretty much agree with Kevin. I want this to be a real small business, not. I don't want to hear that this is for small businesses and then something the size of the LA Lakers took a lot of money, because in my mind that's not a small business, even though they have fewer than 500 employees. I think that the loan amount, the minimum $25,000 is fine. I'm thinking of a maximum of $50,000 or something, so that we can help more businesses on this one. If we said $200,000, then only 2 or 3 businesses would be able to get a loan the first year if somebody got a $200,000 loan, and we gave $300,000 the first year. So I think we do have to watch that. If they're in that kind of a high-risk group, that they can't get a loan from a bank, I'm not sure I want to give them $200,000, even though 95% of it would be guaranteed if they didn't repay. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Sean, I think you're on deck.
Yeah, I can, yes, and yes. No, I support all this in terms of the $1 million allocated to over the full term. I do agree in the kind of incremental approach. I like the idea of maintaining a sustainable revolving loan fund. In a recession, it's working capital, and when we start to emerge from the economic effects that the coronavirus is going to have on our economy, then it's an opportunity for businesses to utilize this capital to grow. And for establishing businesses, it's a great leg up. I'm comfortable with the recommendation from EDC in terms of the loan range of $10,000 to $50,000, and in specific circumstances, up to $75,000. I'm not supportive of say something like $200,000 because then I don't think you're going to find that many eligible for something of that range. But I do want to make sure we're assisting, not SBA's definition of small business, but what we'll deem a small business. In my head, it's around 50 employees, but I know it varies by industry, and there's a whole lot of circumstances that go into that. So I trust in EDC's discretion and their experience in making that determination what is appropriate. I think I've answered all this. Between both the grant program and the small business assistance loan program, I think these are terrific programs, and I think it says Camera means business when it comes to supporting our own small business. And so it's definitely something that we're in a position that we can do. A lot of other communities cannot. So I'm fully supportive of this.
Thank you. Susan.
Okay, so I agree with the total of $1 million. I agree with Mr. Mulchay and with the staff's or EDC's recommendation from 10 to 50,000 for the same reasons Mr. Mulchay just mentioned. And I like the revolving loan fund. I like that model. I like knowing that even past this crisis, there will be a mechanism for the city to play a part in helping our small businesses, even down the road. And I share Mr. Mulchay's joy. I'm really happy to see us doing this. I think it speaks so much to our commitment to the city and to the businesses in the city and the people that work in those businesses. And I'm just really proud and happy that we're able to do this and that we're leading the way in cities to do this and complementing what the county is trying to do. But I'm really happy that we're in this position to be able to help and fully support this.
So my view is just a couple of preliminary comments. Bruce's first point was on EDC having 25 years of experience and background in this, and having spent, I think, 2+ years on the EDC board and the executive committee, I fully agree with that. They do. And one of the things that he mentioned is so important, and that is that the regular monthly and quarterly meetings with the borrowers are extremely important, and it leads to actually my belief is a very, very low loan default rate for EDC, which I believe Mr. Stensley would. Actually, Mr. Stensley, that's a question to you. What's the loan default rate for EDC VC?
Default rates generally been around 7%, and that may seem high in some ways, but most of those defaults occurred in 2 periods. Our lending began long before my time on the back end of the Northridge earthquake, and we did have a spate of trouble back in around 2009, 2010, as you might imagine. Not a lot. Our peer group of alternative lenders has a much higher default rate than we do. So we are one of the lower in the nation. And the default rate is one thing, and it's recapturing the losses where I think we excel as well, or assuring we don't have loss.
Thank you for that. One thing that just leaps out at me is the fact that we have this, the EDC can secure 95% guarantee from iBank if the loan is at 4.25%. I mean, to me, that is an extremely significant step. It's quite welcome to this entire process. And I also think I'm just as pleased as Sean and Susan, I think, and everybody are, particularly because I think that this program is absolutely consistent with what we want to accomplish under our economic development strategic plan. And not only the economic development strategic plan pre-pandemic, but also now in terms of our recovery and our strategic plan going forward. So with all of that, I would support use of the $1 million in a revolving loan fund setting as suggested in the staff report. I am comfortable with the $10,000 to $50,000 amount because I think that would, it is a lower amount. It costs just as much to write a $10,000 note as it does a $50,000 note, as the report indicates. But I do think that also gets some borrowers in that might not otherwise say, I don't know if I need $25,000, but I could certainly, I want to borrow the $10,000. And again, these are businesses that are not otherwise able to secure commercial credit. And EDC has proved itself an expert in working with these folks. So $1 million, $10,000 to $50,000, and a revolving loan fund. So I think I hear most of the council members with that same set of criteria, or at least a majority.
I said 25, but 10,000 is fine for the minimum.
Okay. Yeah, 10,000 is fine. I was a little overly optimistic with the 200,000.
Well, I want to be able, like Charlotte, I want to be able to make more loans, and I would be concerned that we wouldn't be having enough, being able to loan money to enough folks. So, and I'm really pleased that the city is going to be doing this in collaboration with EDC, because it's extremely worthwhile, and we know that EDC is a wonderful entity to work with. All right, I think, George, do you have enough marching orders from us on that one?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
All right. I really want to thank both Vanessa and Bruce, or Ms. Bechtel and Mr. Stensley, for being here and spending so much time with us this evening. Thank you so much. Thanks for all you're doing on behalf of Camarillo and then our larger Ventura County community. Let's see. At this point, it is 9:51. How about we take a 15-minute break, or a 14-minute break, and come back at 10:05 for the rest of our calendar? Any objection to that?
I have one question, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Mulchay.
Quick, and it's a legal one. Do we need to take any formal action in terms of a vote in allocating the money, or is that going to come later or
come back to us?
Yes, our plan is to come to you at the next meeting. We've received plenty of direction. We've got to work out some contracts with Mr. Sensley and the EDC, and also we've got to work out some items with Ms. Bechtel. So we'll work on that, and we'll bring you those agreements and funding requests at the next meeting.
Thank you. My excitement is getting ahead of me.
Thank you.
All right.
Now it's 13 minutes.
Yeah, and we're in recess at 9:52. We'll come back in at 10:05. Thank you. All right, I think we have everybody back, I believe. And I believe that takes us then to item 19A, GASB 54. Ms. Nichols, and I believe Mr. Uribe is presenting on this one.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I'll actually have the next three items. This first one is the GASB 54 Commitment of Fund Balance. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board, or GASB, created this standard, statement number 54, to designate categories of fund balance for the financial statements reporting. It requires categorization, classification of fund balance in the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, referred to as the CAFR. Just real quick, the definition of fund balance is any excess of revenues over expenditures. After all revenues are accounted for, expenditures are accounted for, the remaining balance is what we refer to as fund balance, or sometimes equity in private business. But the GASB requires that we categorize that. So every year we bring to council, as you may commit for specific purposes by resolution, we do this in June so that the commitments will be reflected as of June 30th of the year. So the June 30, 2020 fund balance is projected to be at $64 million. We had some discussions at one of the budget study sessions about the different categories of commitments that had been existing, and just to go over those again, the first one is the reserve level policy that council sets. That's for the general fund, a 50% of expenditures and operating expenditures and transfers. So that comes out to about $20 million based on the next fiscal year's budgeted expenditures and transfers. So $20 million is the reserve level policy goal. That's one part of the commitment. The other ones are economic development, $8.4 million, the Dizdar Park renovations project, $2.9 million, natural disaster recovery, $10 million, Camarillo Springs debris remediation maintenance at $200,000, and the Pleasant Valley Rec and Park District for $8 million. That's a total commitments of $29.5 million. And the other commitments, when you add in the reserve level policy, the first one of $20 million, you get to a total of $49.5. With the expected fund balance of $64 million, that would leave a total uncommitted general fund balance of $14.5 million. So what is being presented here tonight is to adopt a resolution to commit the $49.5 million in commitments as listed here. Understand that these commitments can be done or modified at any point during the fiscal year. This is the one opportunity that we take, so we do it at least once every fiscal year. So that concludes the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point.
Are there any questions for Mr. Uribe on this matter?
I have a question, Your Honor.
Mr. Kildee?
So this, Mr. Uribe, the GASB 54, is that updated every year, or is there any changes from this year as opposed to previous years?
No changes to the GASB statement itself. The GASB statement, GASB 54 being, if you want to look at it as a rule, an accounting rule, no changes to the statement itself. Was that your question, or a question as far as the numbers that we have looking at?
No, that was my question, if there's been any changes from previous years.
No changes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
I'll make a motion.
That would be great.
I move to adopt a resolution to commit $49,508,201 of the projected general fund balance for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee? Councilmember Kildee? Oh.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. That now takes us to item 19B, the trolley budget.
Yes, we bring the trolley budget separate so that...
Hang on a second, Mark. I think we have a couple of recusals here.
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, my husband and I own property that's less than 500 feet from one of the trolley bus stops, so I'm recusing myself because it's a financial conflict of interest, I've been told.
Your Honor, I do have a business within 500 feet of a trolley stop. It is determined to be a conflict, so I will have to recuse myself as well.
Mr. Kildee, I think you have to turn off your video. There we go. Okay. All right. Mr. Uribe, go ahead and proceed, please.
Okay, thank you. The trolley budget is a portion of the Transit Enterprise Fund, part of the Enterprise Fund budget in total. Transit Enterprise Fund is $3.3 million. Each year, we separate out just the trolley operations for this purpose, and for the fiscal year 2021 budget, we're looking at revenues of approximately $253,000 for the total funding. Most of that is the $220,745 from the CARES Act stimulus monies. And then the operating expenditures down in the lower half of the chart show that the transit operation is $223,245, and fuel of $30,000 brings you to the $245 budget in total. So the suggested action is to adopt a resolution approving the 2021 trolley budget. That completes the presentation, and I'll be able to answer any questions at this point.
All right. Are there questions of Mark on this item? Well, let me just point out a couple of things first, Mark. It's accurate, right? That on March 27, the council did go ahead and temporarily suspend trolley services because of the pandemic, right?
Correct.
All right. And then at our last regular meeting, we did have an item relative to funding transit O&M services, which would include trolley, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in essence, the funds from the CARES Act is actually, in some ways, some people review it as a way of in terms of replacing fare box revenue of providing about a 12 to 18 month lead time for public entities to make some hard choices regarding their transit funding, right?
Correct.
And based on this trolley budget, depending on where things go from the pandemic standpoint, we may still have trolley services suspended for some time during this next fiscal year, right?
That is correct.
So it's not necessarily true that we're going to be spending all of this money.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I think that answers my questions. Actually, sort of constitutes my statements, too. Susan or Sean, any questions, or do you have a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion.
I have a question or two.
Oh.
I'll follow up with. It's going to be the same line as kind of Tony's establishment of facts. And yeah, it is correct. Did the council, didn't we agree to spike the purchase of a new trolley? And that's why it's not reflected in the recommended budget?
Right. By spike, you mean forego that, and it is not included
Sorry.
in the budget. Yes.
Yes, correct. Okay. That was my only question.
Then I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution approving the fiscal year 2020-21 trolley budget.
Do I hear a second?
I have one follow-up question.
All right, we'll leave the motion there for a moment.
Sorry, I'll second Susan's motion.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
And then I'll...
With your question.
Okay. Mark, does staff have an estimated timeline as to when we're going to come back and have a more holistic discussion about public transit? Maybe, I know that maybe it's not your question, maybe it's more Dave's question or Carmen's question.
Yeah, we're looking to have this prepared for the first quarter. There's been a lot of analysis that's done already, but it will be a big discussion. We also want to wait for a new city manager to arrive, so that'll be July 1. So we don't know exactly when in the first quarter, but we're hopeful to have it accomplished by the first quarter.
Okay.
All right. If memory serves me correctly, we have both a motion and a second. Jeffrey, can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Moshe?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries.
All right. And that's approved on a 3-0 vote. And that leads us then to, and Mrs. Craven and Mr. Kildee are back. That leads us to item 19C, budget adoption for fiscal year 2020/21.
Yes, thank you. So for the budget for the fiscal year 2020-21 has been by far the most difficult budget preparation process that I've been a part of, and largely due to the pandemic and the complete economic shutdown and unprecedented impacts to revenues, and not just for the city of Camarillo, for every city, probably throughout the nation, if not the world. But that economic shutdown significantly impacted some of the larger revenue sources, sales tax, hotel taxes, business taxes. So cities all over are having to deal with those revenue reductions by really, most often the only way they can is where they can, what they can control are the costs. So it was a extremely difficult process to work through, but we have a budget that we are presenting that is balanced operationally. Revenues cover the expenditures, and I'll walk you through that. As part of the lead-in, each year the council adopts goals and objectives for the upcoming fiscal year, and those goals and objectives were adopted on February 5th in a meeting with council, and those goals and objectives are the basis upon which various programs and projects are budgeted for in the upcoming year. This is a timeline. I won't go through every line, but basically beginning on February 13th, we had a kickoff, and then there were a series of meetings at different levels leading up to the bold text meetings at the bottom. April 29th and May 20th were two study sessions, a preliminary and then another second study session. Both of those combined were about 13 hours of discussion and analysis and reporting. So for the folks at home watching that maybe did not get a chance to sit in on any of those, it was a great deal of discussion on how we got here. So real quickly, what we'll be going over tonight, budgeting in a pandemic, how we got here. Touching on the overall city budget, every fund in the city in total, then focusing on the general fund. The general fund is, we focus on because that's the primary fund that accounts for most of the services provided by the city. It is where most of the general revenues are recorded, the sales tax, property tax, hotel tax, business tax, franchise tax. All of those general revenues that can be used for any purpose are recorded in the general fund, and that's where most of the services are, the police services, administrative services, public works, administration, community development, administrative services, to some extent, HR, all of those different general operating categories are accounted for in the general fund. That's why we focus most of our time there. Then we have the enterprise funds. Water, sewer are the primary examples. We'll walk through a couple of those. Then we look at the 5-year capital improvement project summary. Earlier this evening, we had a much longer report on the 5-year capital plan, and that was adopted. Then I'll touch on some supplemental changes, things that have happened since the last budget study session on the 20th. Then we look at the 5-year general fund fiscal forecast, the reserve analysis, and then the suggested action tonight will be the adoption. So this is the timeline that you may be familiar with. We've seen it. This is now maybe the third or fourth time. This is the timeline or the progress we've made. So starting in early March, when we first got the raw budget submittals, raw data, we were looking at about a $7 million deficit. Now, a lot of that was due to capital projects. By nature, capital projects are large dollar amounts. So we were able to do some shifting out of projects and overcame that huge deficit in the general fund and came out to a positive $887,000 bottom line surplus. Then the coronavirus pandemic economic impacts hit. The shutdown happened about mid-March. So we started looking at the revenues and projections in working with all of our consultants and studies and analysis that we did on revenues for the general fund, brought it down by another $3.2 million. So from that point on, we had to gradually work to cut costs where possible, look at expenditures, again, the pieces that we could control. And we eventually, at the last study session on, I think that was May 20th, we ended up with about a $489,000 surplus to the general fund. Looking at overall city revenue sources, the general fund, again, being the large portion in the blue shaded piece of the pie, 36%. Then we've got the enterprise funds in the yellow shade, and off the inset box shows you the different enterprise funds: solid waste, the ranch events fund, transit, water funds, and Camarillo Sanitary District funds. And then in the smaller orange shaded piece of the pie is special revenue funds. Those are funds that account for separate revenue sources that are restricted in what they can be used for. On total expenditures citywide, the enterprise funds are the very large portion in green, 55% of expenditures. A large part of that, if you look at the inset box again, you see the water funds has a very large bar, 56% of the total enterprise funds. That's largely due to the desalter project, capital project that's going on. And then you see the general fund section of the pie at 28% of total budgeted expenditures citywide. And we'll be getting into the general fund specifically in the next few slides. General fund budget, including transfers, is about $40.2 million. And again, the bottom line, when we talk about bottom line surplus, that means the operating revenues for the general fund have exceeded the expenditures that are budgeted by $489,000. Then we look at the general fund pie chart. These are the major revenues that go into the general fund. I mentioned sales tax at 32%, property tax at 37%, by far the largest sources of revenue to the general fund. Then we've got TOT, or hotel tax, $2.2 million, up near the top right. Then the next largest portion, franchise taxes, $2.4 million, and the charges for services, $2.36 million. Here are the revenues when we look at a comparison of what's being budgeted for, we call it year one, the fiscal year 2021. We show the budgeted amounts that are being recommended, and then percentage changes year over year. On that first one, property tax, this is the one that stands out as is not impacted by the pandemic or the economic shutdown, because property tax assessed values had already been recorded by the county assessor's office. So the revenues for 2021 are pretty much locked in. The bills are going to go out. It's just a matter of when people will actually pay those property tax bills. But the expectation is that we will receive the revenue. The reason we show a negative 6.2% in a year-over-year comparison is we did experience a one-time influx of $1 million due to a correction on the county side. That was a one-time receipt of about $1 million. So when you look at the current year, 1920, that figure would be about $1 million higher. And when we take that away, moving into the next fiscal year that we're budgeting for, you would see a decrease because of that amount. But otherwise, we would have seen anticipated about a 2% or so increase to property tax. Then the sales tax number, that negative 2%, that's basically a compounding effect, because we did recognize a sharp decrease in the current year to our, I'll call it a typical year of sales tax revenue, was near the $14.5 million mark. Now we're down to $13.1 million. when you take the 2 years together, it turns out to be closer to about a 13% drop. But because we already reduced the previous year, meaning current year, when we go into the budget year next year, a further reduction is only 2%. The next one is the transient occupancy tax. This one, again, a little bit of a mixture. The assumption was that because of travel-related uncertainties, because of decreased occupancies due to the COVID-19 crisis, we built into the budget for next year a 13% decrease. But what offsets it is that we have one hotel that is reopening after, I think, almost 2 years of undergoing renovations. So by that hotel opening up again, that offsets the 13% drop. So it's only collectively looking in total at a 2.8% drop year over year. Business tax, again, with the shutdown business closures, we anticipate for next year a 20% significant decrease to business tax revenues. The next one down on investments and contributions, that reflects a assumption that our investment earnings rate is going to reduce from 1.77% to 0.75%. The next one down, transfers in. With transfers and especially related to CIP projects, in this case, the annual pavement program being reduced from $5 million to $3 million in year one, we see an increase to the transfers in. This is a result of gas tax fund monies that had been used for annual pavement project in the previous year. Now is no longer required for that project, so that money can be transferred into the general fund, therefore the increase. And feel free to stop me if there's any questions as they come up. That was the revenue side for general fund. Now we move over to the expenditures and transfer side of the general fund. By far the largest piece, not just for City of Camarillo, for just about every municipality out there, is police services. That's 42% of the total general fund budget. Then we look at some specific general fund expenditures and assumptions for the budget year next year. City Council had a decrease that was primarily due to cancellation of some events and sponsorships. We look at City Clerk, there was a decrease due to some reductions in scanning charges. City Manager's Office, there was a shift of the community relations program into its own separate division. You see that on the next line, the $205,000. So in the City Manager's line, you see a decrease. Human Resources, there was a delay in a compensation study that got moved out to a future year. So we see the reduction in the budgeted cost. Police services, there were no contract increases. The reason you see a 2% increase year over year is because we experienced some savings in the current year, fiscal year 1920, under that blue shaded column. But there were no contract increases to the sheriff's services with the county. The next section of expenditures in public works, there were some decreases. There was a position that was eliminated, a planned elimination. Economic development, there was a decrease due to a cancellation of a program and a contribution to the chamber, and then some conferences and travel make up that reduction year over year. In the economic development side, I'm sorry, that was the one I just spoke about, the cancellation of the event. Under the community support events, certain events were decreased largely due to the shutdown and the stay-at-home orders, and these events just could not take place. Library operations, this one is a little bit of a explanation required, because when we say internal service fund allocation, previously that library operations had some fund balance that was available, had some reserves, if you will, that were available that were used in previous years until they had run out. So once the reserves had run out, now we have to start allocating, and the general fund is the primary hit for that allocation. That did it for the general fund. Now we're skipping over to the enterprise funds. Again, these are the enterprise funds: solid waste, transit, the Camarillo Ranch events, and then water and Camarillo Sanitary District funds. The transit fund, just wanted to point out that that includes the CARES Act stimulus funds. covering the full amount of the operations at to a tune of $3.3 million budgeted for fiscal year 2021. Whoops. Yes, it's the same slide, just a different highlight. I think the next few are under the water funds category. The water utility fund shows a pretty significant change year over year, $3.2 million. What that represents is primarily a transfer to the capital projects fund for reclaimed water storage, reservoir, and the advanced metering infrastructure projects. I'll get to those in a second. So in the capital projects fund, typically in the capital projects fund, again, as we mentioned earlier this evening with the 5-year CIP plan, capital projects are by their nature very large dollar amounts and typically one-year projects, one-time projects, either a year or maybe a couple of years. So what you see here is a decrease, primarily because the desalter project, a very large project, was carried over into the next budget year, 2021. Most of the work being done in the current year, 1920. So there's a bit of a drop-off, but still some big numbers in the projects fund. Then we get down to the Camarillo Sanitary District funds. In the operating fund, really no significant changes, 2%. You get to the capital fund, same kind of a scenario with capital projects. It varies year to year depending on which projects are taking place during that year. For the fiscal year 2021, some of the projects are the chemical systems improvements, phase 1, flood improvements at the wastewater treatment plant, and some SCADA upgrades. SCADA being the system for computer system for monitoring the operation. And this is just a recap of what you saw earlier in the 5-year CIP plan. For fiscal year 2021, the total projects are 28 planned projects, and the total cost estimate is $41 million. And that has been built into the budget that's being presented. Next up, these next few slides are going to be the supplemental changes that have happened since the last study session. That first one I touched on briefly, that was the property tax influx, one-time catch-up payment from the county. Typically, we don't adjust for revenues in the current year, but this one was significant enough that we did adjust for it on the budget side. Then down below, we have gas tax fund monies and SB1. SB1 is similar to gas tax, based on gas tax receipts. We received updated estimates from the state of California after they did their May budget revise, and we got better estimates as far as where they expected to distribute to cities, and these adjustments to the revenues reflect those new numbers. And the transit fund, there's an adjustment there. The description says full use of CARES stimulus money. What that means is in our previous budget that we looked at, we had the assumption that we could use the CARES money and split it over a couple of different years. But because we need to use all of it or most of it, if not all of it, in year 2021, we took away the use of fund balance that had originally been programmed into that fund. So we figured we would use all of the CARES money rather than use fund balance, and that fund balance will then be carried over into future years for possible use. The other supplemental changes, these ones to the general fund, there was a position reallocation from the general fund to the citywide lighting and landscape fund. There were a couple of add-backs from council and city manager that we talked about at the last meeting. Various programs were discussed and some added back. They had previously all been removed from the budget. Then we look at, in the CIP fund, there were some changes, a shifting of projects. This was the Daily Drive Sidewalk and gutter replacement project. That was the Camarillo Corridor Projects Fund, the $256,000. Then on that last one, the Camarillo Sanitary District Capital Fund, again, just the timing and shifting of projects from one year to the next. So that completed the supplemental changes. These transfers are mainly a result of those changes. As revenue assumptions and expenditure assumptions change, there are certain funds that transfer monies back and forth. The gas tax to general fund being an example, and SB1, SIBA fund monies. Those are, again, results of the adjusted projects or the adjusted revenue estimates that have been updated from the state. Okay, on this slide, we talk about our 5-year general fund fiscal forecast. That highlighted number there you see is the projected surplus, $489,000. The operating surplus or deficit is the first orange shaded line. $689,000 means our operating revenues exceeded our operating expenditures by $689,000. So that is an operationally balanced budget. What we do each year is we look out in a 5-year forecast to make assumptions and see how we may end up the next year. So we are looking at a structural imbalance where we look at years 2 through 5 with that first orange shaded line going into the negative. And those are the things that we had discussed in detail at this 2 study sessions. And the goal is for staff to look at any expenditures that we can possibly reduce, looking at different funding sources or possibly even staffing levels and efficiencies to bring those negative numbers back into a break even or a positive number. The bottom line total uncommitted fund balance of 13.0 is where we expect to end next fiscal year 2021. And then if nothing changed at all, the use of fund balance would go down from 13 million down to, in year 4, a negative $1 million. But again, there are some extremely conservative revenue estimates built into that 5-year projection. For example, we estimate that sales tax will recover to pre-COVID levels in 5 years, where many economists are thinking it may be more of a 2 to 3 year quicker recovery. We estimate our property tax will only see a 2% increase year over year for each of the 5 years, when the last 5 years our average has been closer to a 4 or 5%. So just to say that there are conservative revenue estimates, we try to look at this as possibly a worst case scenario. So we are going to continue to work toward closing that gap through the different methods I mentioned. Also, the bottom line does, when we get to that second orange shaded line, you see that the deficits go up significantly. Those are due to one-time costs related to capital projects, the 2 down there, the Dizdar Park and the Camarillo Hills Drain Replacement Project. Again, one-time projects, one-time dollar amounts. The budget is still balanced from a standpoint of operations, but when you add in capital projects, that does not impact an operational budget. It's more of a capital and one-time use of fund balance. Each year we talk about the reserve policy 3.05 that states that there are goals for different funds. For example, the general fund I mentioned was a 50% of operating revenues and expenditures as a target goal for the reserve level. What the policy says that for any funds that have not met those stated reserve level goals, that we need to at least have a plan to get those funds into compliance. We only have one fund that is not meeting the reserve goal. That is the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. You see there the projected fund balance of $318,978,000. And the goal is $396,584. And the shortfall, $77,605, is planned to be recovered as we review the recycling and household hazardous waste fees in year one. Those have not been updated in probably over 15 years. I don't think anybody can remember the last time those were revised. So we have been working on that, and we'll continue into the next year. So the suggested action then is to adopt a resolution approving the 2021 budget, authorizing appropriations for fiscal year 2021, and amending the fiscal year 1920 budget for City Council. And then the second action, this is a joint report. The Camarillo Sanitary District has a separate resolution to consider for adoption. So that concludes the presentation, and I will take any questions at this point.
Are there questions of Mark? questions from council members? If anything, Mark, I think you underestimated the amount of time. I think you said 13 hours in our sessions previously going through this, but I had it more as somewhere between 15 to 16 hours. And that approximates, I think, the amount of time you spent at the podium answering all of our questions. Bottom line is we've been through this very, very thoroughly, and I want to thank you for all of your effort.
Your Honor, I have a comment.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I think, just to kind of reiterate, we had several sessions on this. I know myself, I had several calls to staff members, Mark in particular, about this budget. I want to commend Mark and his staff for putting together this, and city manager and her staff and all of our employees for really stepping up to the plate here when we really needed them mostly, and we really needed them at this time, and they stepped up here. And Mark, I just want to say that, the handouts that you gave us were easily, I was easily able to read it. They were concise. Your reporting, I think, was extremely accurate. Nobody saw this coming, or let's say few people may have seen this coming, but most people didn't. And our staff and the council, too, really stepped up to make this budget balanced. And I want to commend all the departments that took a haircut, and our employees, too, that stuck with us, and really, one of the reasons why we're all so proud of our city is because in times like this, it's important to come together, and our staff and our employees and residents of the city came together. So, again, one of the reasons why we typically have not had many questions right now is because a very thorough analysis on this budget, and as we all know, it's challenging times, and we're going to stay on top of this. And I know Mark and you other financial directors have always said this is a working document. So as we all know, when we do our own budgets, yes, it's a working document here. But I just want to commend the staff and everybody that had a hand in on making this budget in very, very trying times so far to work for us. So those are my thoughts and my comments.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to thank Mark too and his staff for putting this together, and it was a work in progress for a long time, and it kept changing. But I think what's commendable is that up through December, everybody had expected that the finance director at that time would be doing that, and Mark would be doing his part of this. And we had a temporary finance director when the finance director left, and then she left, and Mark stepped in and took over, and his staff, and they have done a commendable job. So thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Susan?
I want to echo what's already been said, but this has been a ton of work, and Mark and your staff, not only did you do the work, but you took the extra time to explain things in a way that was understandable, and to, and it's not just a complex budget, but the situation is complex. And so I really appreciate the extra time and effort that you spent to help us all understand. And I know we have some work to do looking into the future, but hopefully we'll have more information, and we'll tackle the next years. But I just really appreciate all the time, and to the entire council, to everybody that showed up for the extra meetings and the long meetings. But it's worth it, and I feel good about where we're sitting right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Sean?
I'll echo everyone else's sentiments. I don't have a lot of questions because I felt like we've already asked enough that every time we've circled the wagon a few times now. But the most important thing that people know is that even in these times of strife, we're going to pass a balanced budget. And in the short term, it's operationally sound. And we have our respective struggles through the next 5 years that we have to address. Transit, lighting, and landscaping. We'll continue to monitor and address our CIP budget, our schedule, administrative and staff streamlining inefficiencies, along with waste. So we have those things, those outliers out there that we know we have to address in the long term. But in the short term, in light of as much uncertainty there is in the world and in the communities surrounding us, I really appreciate and I have a lot of confidence in, Mark, the work that you've done and the staff has done and the numbers you guys have provided, and that you've answered our questions and you listened to our critiques and our feedback, and you've gone back and you've double-checked everything, and you've thought it even further out, and where you were able to make modifications, you made modifications, and I really appreciate that. I think you have been doing a tremendous, you've definitely been lifting quite a heavy load, and I appreciate that, and I do recognize that. So I just appreciate it, and I'm supportive of it. I appreciate it.
A couple more comments from me before we go to action on this, and that is, the fact is that this year, this is a one-year budget, and the council in the past has adopted two-year budgets, and we made a deliberate decision this year to go with a one-year budget, and we've also made a deliberate decision to have monthly and quarterly updates in review so that we can have close monitoring throughout this next year. To me, being a city finance director for a California municipality or any municipality in the country this spring has meant that you probably have to carry a crystal ball in your pocket. It has not been easy. And so, Mark, my hat's off to you and to finance staff and to Carmen and everybody for all of your hard work on this. The budget is as it always is a very evolving document. And what we need folks to understand is we have an operationally balanced budget for 2020-21. We have some structural imbalance issues that we're going to have to address in this next year in the areas that Sean outlined. But the city is strong financially, and we are blessed that it's strong. And it's for those folks who have been before me on this council, including Charlotte and Kevin and predecessors on the council who have done such a good job, because we have been a fiscally conservative council and a fiscally conservative city, and we're well managed, and it shows. So, with all that, I think we have to do two separate resolutions. Let's take the city council one first, Charlotte, and then I can call on you on the sanitary district one. Do I hear a motion on the city council side?
Your Honor, I'll adopt a resolution approving the FY 2021 budget and authorizing the appropriations for FY 2021 and amending the FY 2019-20 budget.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on this item. Jeffrey, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Is there a motion for the Sanitary District Board?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the budget for the Sanitary District. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Director Tremblay?
Yes.
Director Santangelo?
Yes.
Director Mulchay?
Yes.
Secretary Kildee?
Yes.
Chair Craven?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
With that, Your Honor, I would like to close the Camarillo Sanitary District meeting. We're adjourned.
Very well, and I believe I adjourned the successor agency meeting some time ago, but if I didn't, I'll do it formally right now. All right, that takes us to item 19E on sidewalk sales and displays, City Council Policy 7.05. I think we have a report from Mr. Winkler on this one.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we'll end this night on a short and sweet note here with sidewalk displays. Next slide, please. So as you know, we have our City Council Policy 7.05, which is for sidewalk sales and displays. And the purpose of this policy is to provide guidelines for the sidewalk sales and displays for commercial businesses located in our commercial areas. So tonight we're bringing forward the schedule because of COVID-19. We would like to accommodate our retailers so that they may extend the duration of their sidewalk sales and displays from the existing guidance, which is, or the existing policy, which is Wednesday afternoon through Sunday evening. And we'd like to propose that we not enforce the policy schedule during the local state of emergency due to COVID-19 and extend that to 7 days a week during normal business hours. Next slide. Thank you. So the suggested action from the council is to direct staff to temporarily cease enforcement of the schedule of the City Council Policy 7.05, sidewalk sales and displays, allowing for sidewalk sales and displays 7 days a week during business hours for the duration of the COVID-19 public health emergency. The enforcement will be reinstated upon the City Council's resolution rescinding the local emergency health order. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
A question.
I have a question, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm sorry. Let's, Mrs. Craven, I think, was first up, and then Mr. Kildee.
I know they wouldn't leave their merchandise out in the evenings after business hours have closed, but all of the racks and everything have to be removed from the sidewalks when they close up in the evening. Is that correct?
Let me just verify that. The policy does not state that in writing. However, this amendment would be for just during the business hours. So,
good evening, City Council members. I wanted to let you know that typically we require business owners to put their merchandise in the store when they're closed.
And that includes the rack?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, so, maybe Mr. Baca, they will not have to get a permit to do this, right? This will just be by ordinance?
It's by policy, yes, and what we will do is relax the policy during this COVID-19 crisis timeframe for business recovery.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? Mr. Baca, very quickly, you're intending to do outreach on this through which methods?
We'll use social media, the city website, and our other platforms for communication with the public.
Just to indicate, okay. Thank you. All right, do I hear a motion by council?
I'll make the suggested action.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Jeffrey, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much, Jeffrey. Let's see. That brings us back to our last item, I believe, which is under item 13, new business oral communications for informational items. City Manager, Ms. Nichols, do you have anything for us this evening?
Nothing this evening.
Okay. Mr. Pierrick, anything for us?
No report tonight.
Okay. Turn over to City Council. Who would like to start?
Okay.
Susan, please.
Okay, on June 4th, I attended the CPA board meeting remotely, and I do have something to announce from that meeting. Back in October of 2019, CPA staff was alerted by Edison that it had identified an SCE systems issue whereby an undetermined number of accounts in CPA's service territory were not automatically enrolled in CPA by Edison. So there was a settlement reached. This affected only 650 Camrio customers. So in essence, what this means is that 650 Camrio customers that should have been automatically enrolled in CPA were not. And so, like I said, it was 650 customers out of a total of 44,000. And what will be happening is they're working it out to get everybody enrolled. The Camrio customers will be getting a refund from SCE in conjunction with their enrollment in CPA, in addition to the 1% bill discount because they are a lien power jurisdiction. So if anybody has questions about that, I can explain it in more detail, but I wanted to let everybody know. I also, let's see, I already talked about that. Congratulations to all the graduates out there. My son graduated at Rio Mesa today, and I have to say that I was really, really, really impressed with how the school handled the graduation, and it was a nice day. So congratulations to everybody else out there. I know Camarillo, I believe, did their graduations last week, but Rio Mesa is finishing up this week. And then I don't know when Rancho Capana is or Frontier, but congratulations. 16 days ago, the world watched George Floyd die while a police officer held his knee on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. But sadly, this is not the first time that a black person has died at the hands of law enforcement, nor has it been the last. Since Mr. Floyd's death, we have seen millions of people across the country and literally across the world rise up in protest demanding action. Demanding rightly so that we make the changes needed to end racism and the needless killing of black people at the hands of law enforcement. Even in Camarillo, there are overt signs of racism. Racism does not stop at any city boundary. These overt acts are easy to see and experience, and therefore they're easier to condemn. Personally, I worry more about the covert racism, the implicit bias each of us have, how it sneaks up on us, how it takes serious introspection to evaluate it in ourselves and commitment to do something about it. I consider myself an ally, and being an ally is not a label, it's action. As an elected official, I have a platform. My job is to listen to the community, especially those who feel unheard, and to use my platform to amplify their voice. I have heard a lot from the community over the past week, and I thank you for reaching out. I have gotten Facebook messages, text messages, emails, phone calls, and lots of conversations. Please keep doing that. I am asking a lot of questions. I am listening, I am learning, and I'm going to do the best I can. I will make mistakes, but I will keep trying and keep listening, and when I mess up, I will own it and try again to continue to be an ally to people of color. As an elected official, part of my duty is to protect my community, and so it is absolutely my job to oversee and to review our police contract. It is my job to ask questions and do my best to ensure that our police are doing their very best to protect the greatest number of people. We need to strive to improve, so it is incumbent on us to look at our current practices and to see what needs changing. I am asking my fellow council members to support my following requests. I believe, first, we need to review our police use of force policies, hiring practices, racial diversity mix, training requirements, and specifically evaluate our contract with Ventura County Sheriff regarding the costs and exactly what we are paying for. Two, we need to engage our community by getting diverse input, their experiences, and their stories. We then need to report the findings back to the community and get more feedback. And then we need to reform the use of force policies that we allow in Camarillo. I have been doing a lot of reading, a lot of researching. I have found places online like Campaign Zero and 8 Can't Wait. And these organizations have identified policies that help end police brutality, eliminate racist policing, improve trust between cops and community, and lower crime levels. I'm a science and a data person. I like evidence-based practice. And there is good research, good evidence that shows when all 8 of the suggested policies are used, police violence has been shown to decrease by 72%. I then went and took a look at the Ventura County Sheriff Organization website, and I found the frequently asked question page that addresses a lot of these policies, not numbered, but loosely addresses them. And there are some of them in place, but not all. And I have to admit that the explanations given for why they are not in place on the website are inadequate. For example, strangleholds and chokeholds are banned, but carotid holds are not. And as a nurse, it's sort of appalling that they try to make a difference between the two. The only difference is whether your arm is bent or not, and I don't understand how in a struggle you could maintain just one of those positions. A simple internet search will show you countless instances of damage done to the carotid artery, seizures, comas, and death caused by this maneuver. And there are a lot of large metropolitan cities who have banned the use of carotid hold. In fact, the Simi Valley Police Department just today banned the use of carotid hold. This is just one example of the types of use of force policies that we need to decide whether or not is best for our community. I, along with the rest of my colleagues tonight, represent the community who are speaking out against this type of use of force. We have to do better. Our job is to protect everyone from whoever may cause them harm. I don't claim to be the expert on use of force. I don't claim to be the expert on police matters. But there are resources out there. There is research. There is evidence to help us figure this out and to commit to do better. I also want us to explore, along with the sheriff, how we fund safety in our community. For years, probably decades, and I used to work in emergency rooms for 20 years, and I spoke to a lot of police officers, and I heard them talk about how frustrating it was that they're called upon to be everything in our community, and how unprepared they were to act in those roles. We ask our cops to be mental health practitioners, substance abuse counselors, to do on-the-spot conflict resolution, school counselors, and on and on. And we expect them to do this all well with only 7 months of training. I had to go to school for a minimum of 2 years to be a nurse so that I can protect patient safety. I believe we need to shift funding away from surveillance and punishment and towards fostering equitable, healthy, and safe communities. I'm not talking about an overnight lack of funding. I'm talking about a gradual, strategic reallocation of resources and funding and responsibility away from the police for some of these roles that they were never meant to do, and towards community-based models of safety support and prevention. Some of the examples of this. Why do we have a policeman working with the homeless? Why not a social worker? We have somebody acting odd or who appears to maybe be having a psychiatric mental health issue. How about calling a mental health specialist? If we have someone who is addicted to drugs and living in the streets, how about chemical dependency specialists? If we have somebody that's suicidal, how about the mental health specialist and not a policeman? And in our schools, how about trauma-informed therapists? How about psychologists? How about school counselors? I know I've just spoken a lot and said a lot and asked for a lot. I don't know exactly what this all looks like from our city's perspective. It's complicated by the fact that we contract police services from a larger organization. But this is our city. Our residents count on us to keep them safe. I don't know if we start with just a presentation about use of force policies. I don't know if we create a task force with community representation. I am open to hearing ideas from my colleagues, from the public, from staff, from our sheriff. I alone don't have all of the answers, but I'm hoping that this is the beginning of open and collaborative discussions with a lot of ideas at the table, with many stakeholders, including members of our community, especially our residents of color. What I do know in my heart is that to do nothing is not the answer. To finalize, I would like the council to consider a resolution from the city declaring that Black Lives Matter, and I am requesting that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of George Floyd. Thank you for giving me this time. And that's all I have.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mrs. Craven?
Yes, I attended a small ceremony at the Camarillo Ranch on June 5th to commemorate the new flagpole, which is solar powered. And it's a real flagpole. It's not the inadequate kind that was there before. It will hold a very good sized flag safely. The funds for that were donated by Jerry Olson in the memory of his daughter, who passed away about a year ago. I also attended the special city council meeting on June 3rd, the Citizen Selection Committee on the 5th, and I wanted to remind people that Sunday is Flag Day, and these are turbulent times, but we all still live in a wonderful nation, and our flag is the symbol of that nation, and so Sunday's a good time to think about all the freedoms that we enjoy. That's all I have.
Who's next?
Want me to go next?
Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, I didn't attend any meetings. Our store was, let's see, we were opened up, I think, a week ago, Friday, and a lot of people have come by. I probably 95% of them wearing masks, which I think is terrific. Most grateful that we're opened up safely. I think, safely, I think, is the buzzword here. I think people are slowly starting to get out safely, which is extremely, obviously, important here. I just noticed there's a little uptick in the amount of activities on the streets now, and that. So I think we're very slowly coming back. I know the numbers are showing a little bit of a difference now for probably a number of reasons, but not the least of which is we're testing more people now for that. But it is very unusual times. But I have to say a lot of people are optimistic about the future with everything that we've gone through as a nation and a city and a county here. There's still a lot of optimism out there. And, Americans are amazing. We're by nature, we can get kind of punched around a lot, but we always seem to kind of pick ourselves up. What happened to George Floyd was an atrocity. It should have never, ever happened. And I always go back to what Dr. Martin Luther King said, and I believe at some point this nation will hopefully see this. And he said, you ought to judge a person not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And I think the nation needs to keep those words in the back of their mind and obviously do better here. We have the capabilities to do better, and I'm hopeful that we will. I want to say just a little brief story, Mrs. Craven, if you guys will indulge me a little bit about, will they take the racks in at night after their stores closed? Well, my dad had a friend of his that had a clothing store, and the business wasn't doing real well, and he kind of said, I got these old dress shirts, and I need to sell them. What should I do? And he said, well, get yourself a really, really nice table, the best table you have. Put these shirts on a table and put them outside and see if you can sell them on a sidewalk sale. Well, at the end of the day, he really didn't sell too many, and he goes home and he's having dinner. It's a true story. He's having dinner with his wife. And he said, geez, he said, I think I forgot to bring the table and the shirts in. He said, oh, what are you going to do? He said, I got to go back down to the store and see if I left the table outside. Well, he got to the store, opened the front door, and all the dress shirts were spewed upon the sidewalk, and they stole his table. So, sometimes the sidewalk sale doesn't always work out as well as they had hoped for. But I do think that this is going to be a good thing for the city, and especially in the summer, and it might help get people back down to the businesses safely. So, we did a lot of really good work tonight, and we got a lot of work to do here, but we're up for it, and we're gonna keep improving.
Mr. Mulchay?
Yes, for updates, Friday, May 29th, I attended the Citizen Appointment Committee with Charlotte. Wednesday, June 3rd, the special meeting. Saturday, June 6th was a very important day in my life because I got the first haircut in the last 3 months. So we live in a time where that's a big deal now, and so it made my whole weekend. I do want to wish Charlotte a happy birthday, and like Susan, you're welcome. And like Susan, I have some prepared comments, and usually, honestly, I do kind of speak off the cuff in these times, but I spent quite a bit of time writing this, and because I want everyone to know that every word of it is intentional. And I gave this some thought. Susan, I agree with pretty much everything you said, and I think you put forward some reasonable solutions. So much so I rewrote some of this on the spot. I just took a whole bunch of sections out too. But let me just read this really quick, and I appreciate you guys listening to me. But I think it would be tone deaf not to address the significance of the moment and the pain felt in our communities and the calls for reform. So we are a country founded on a set of contradictions. A new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men were created equal, and yet we are a country that has since struggled to live up to those ideals, even to this day. Amongst the society, the greatest advances in modern technology, medicine, space exploration, communication, military might, we still have yet to find the cure to the issue of systemic racism and cultural intolerance that has plagued our society. To believe systemic racism doesn't exist is to be ignorant of our country's history. It's to be dismissive of the cries of those protesting in our streets, around our country, and in our own community. They say that past is prologue, that history sets the context for the present, and we must recognize and acknowledge the past if we wish to make any meaningful progress in the future. So let me say this. Black Lives Matter. They do. And saying that does not come at the expense of anyone else's life. But it recognizes the fact that for far too long, our society has come to devalue black lives over many others. The BLM movement is not the enemy, just as I believe our police are not the enemy, but that it runs actually deeper than that. The true enemy lies within. It's our intolerance, our indifference, our lack of compassion, our inability for true introspection. And to be honest, as a 34-year-old white male, I empathize with our communities of color, but I will never fully grasp or truly understand what it means to be a person of color in our society. To truly understand it means you have to have lived it. And I have not lived it. I recognize that. But I've witnessed it. I recognize it. And for the last several weeks, rather than talk, I've chosen to keep my mouth shut and listen, and read, and watch, and learn. I think we share a human bond, commonality of man, and that all human life has equal value no matter the color of your skin. That everybody wants to be afforded the equal opportunity to succeed on their own merits, be judged by their own character, freely pursue their own dreams and ambitions, the same as everyone else, and not be held back, valued less, or dismissed through the unequal application or treatment of our institutional policies, programs, and organizations. But to the contrary, our diversity is one of our greatest assets, and it's what should bring us together as a community and as a country and not drive us apart. I don't condone the riots and the looting, but I don't think that the actions of a few lawless that have nothing to do with the peaceful protests should allow us to lose sight of the message the peaceful protesters are imparting. On the other hand is our law enforcement. And while there are bad officers, there are bad departments and bad cultures that exist. And a lot of what's being depicted around the country, I truly believe is not representative of our Ventura County Sheriff and our department. I do applaud Commander Tennyson and how he and his officers have handled the peaceful protests, and worked with the community the way. Not only have they worked with the peaceful protesters, providing water and assistance in making sure that they remain safe, but they've also joined them in the march last week. That's a good start in making inroads into the community, showing compassion, and forming those important bonds. I applaud that. I think it's worth applauding. It's not to say that we're perfect. We are certainly not perfect. We certainly have flaws. There are improvements that can and must be made, and we as a body must continue to demand improvements. I'm familiar with the profession of law enforcement. My grandfather, I've said this before, my grandfather was a retired Ventura County Sheriff's deputy. My cousin is a sheriff in Las Vegas, as was her fiance. My wife and I have numerous friends who are police officers in a multitude of different jurisdictions all throughout Southern California. My family has a lot of relationships with a lot of police officers. It is a community that I genuinely appreciate, but just as it doesn't mean we can't be blinded and just say that everyone is great, everything is good. There are some bad apples. I applaud the fact that as of late, we recently had a deputy who was arrested and fired for falsifying evidence. And as it was reported in the newspaper, he was turned in by a fellow deputy. That's admirable. And we need more of that. When you see something wrong, then you have to call it out. So it's certainly a profession under attack to a certain degree. And for some of those officers and some of those departments, it's understandable and it's justified. And no one is above the law, including those who are tasked with administering it. So there are a lot of suggested actions and proposed steps in addressing the systemic and these racial issues. I don't sit here today saying that I know what the solutions are or what the answers are. Honestly, it's not that easy of sadly, it's not that easy of an issue. Resolving these societal struggles will not be easy, and sadly, they're not going to be immediate. They're going to first require change in mindset, and that often comes with generational change. But it's a change that we as a society, and we specifically as policy makers, must be committed to seeing through and be conscious of. So there are a lot of strong feelings right now, and it's a time to channel those feelings into some sort of lasting change and some sort of action for everyone, for the benefit of everyone. Oh, I don't see the world for the way it is. Well, I should, but I see the world for the way it can be, and I know it can be better. I like to believe that each of us are in a position that we're in because we think there's a way to make something better. And I'm here and to fight and to be committed to realizing a better day. And I truly believe that we can. Susan, I second your recommendation. Black lives do matter. This is, now you have me talking off the cuff really quick, but this is something really important to me. It does sit deep. Like I said, I don't have the first inkling of really truly understanding what it's like to be someone. What I do know is that every single day I work in one in industry, but the guys who work around me at my shop, the majority of them are people of color. And you get to work with people and you work beside them in and day out. You get to know their lives, you know their struggles, and I see their struggles and I compare them against my own, and I see that they have a whole lot more struggle than I do, and I'm definitely afforded a lot more privileges than they are. That's just a fact. I can't explain with absolute certainty why one of my installers who drives a company truck, just as all my installers do, we maintain all of our trucks equally, but why my one person of color installer has been pulled over so many more times than anyone else. Always for a minor infraction, tail light out, blinker thing out. I don't know why, but I'm able to see a trend. And that's not on I know it's there. There is a racial bias that lives in our society, and we have to recognize it. And I'd hope that we all could be open-minded and open-eyed enough to recognize that there is a problem. And I know that there'll be a lot of people in our community that wouldn't be willing to argue that, even that much. But I'm hoping the vast majority of us can realize that there is a problem, and I know we're going to have varying degrees of solutions and ways forward. We're going to have to be very thoughtful and very deliberate in how we approach that. This is a very delicate issue, but it has enormous complications because we're talking about people's lives and their livelihoods. So that's all I got on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mulchay. So just let me start by going through the meetings attended. On May 29, I had a special board meeting for the Board of Directors for Metrolink. On June 3, we had a City Council special meeting. On June 5, I had the Ventura County Transportation Commission Board of Directors meeting, which was the adoption of the 2021 budget. And just a couple of things to note with that. The VCTC transit ridership is now down 80%. The Metrolink transit ridership has declined 90%. So that's rather sobering when you think about it in terms of fare box revenue and the issues that are confronting. It's kind of in some ways, it's a larger example of the issues, the smaller issues that confront us from a transit funding standpoint, where we're kind of upside down in many ways, and we have some difficult sledding ahead on our transit funding. The CARES Act, staying with the transit side, the CARES Act is going to give us some time to work through it, probably 12 to 18 months, and we're really going to have to figure out what does public transit look like. during this next 12 to 18 months. As you all know, there is a variety of funding that comes through local transportation funds, and that's the quarter-cent sales tax. The estimated receipts from that are down about $8.7 million or 23% from the prior year. Again, this is VCTC. For the state sales tax on diesel fuel, which are those are the STA monies, the VCTC adopted budget assumes that there's a decline of at least 15% from the prior year, about $1 million. And then finally, the SB1 revenues, that will impact, and we saw it in our own budget tonight, right, where that will impact local and street roads budgets and state highway accounts. So the VCTC proposed budget for 2021 at $78.9 million in revenues is about $8.8 million lower than for fiscal year 19/20, and the board did adopt a $78.5 million balanced budget last week. Because I didn't have enough my fill of budget matters on June 5, I also had a Fox Canyon GMA Fiscal Committee meeting on the same day. And then today I had a Metrolink Committee briefing call. Next, happy birthday to Charlotte. And then on a more serious note, I've had I appreciate all of your comments. I've had some time to sit back and think about these matters over the last several days, and I actually have some prepared comments as well that I want to make. First of all, I was disgusted by the shameful abuse and the indifference to human life that was exhibited by Minneapolis police officers in the brutal death of George Floyd. It was shameful. The Constitution, as you know, we posted a statement in my capacity as mayor on our website. The Constitution safeguards our right to freedom of speech, including peaceful protest. Our city must protect the right and the freedom of all in our community to peacefully protest. I am proud of the leadership of Commander Tennyson and the professionalism of the men and women in the Camarillo Police Department and how the department has responded to peaceful demonstrations here in Camarillo. And I have no further than to hold up the acorn from last Friday and to see Eric Tennyson and Shane Matthews walking with the peaceful protesters. So the question is, where do we go from here? This is a time for listening to one another. It's a time for good faith dialogue, and it's a time for reconciliation. It's a time for being united and inclusive. It is not a time for division. We must lift one another up through listening and respectful dialogue, and that's especially the case where we don't agree on issues. I've received several emails from Camarillo residents the last several days who have asked me to take various pledges toward police reform. And there's a common theme in these pledges, in the general pledges, including the A Can't Wait website. I think, Susan, you mentioned that website earlier, which include defunding of the police department. And the call for defunding police departments, to me, is counterproductive in terms of ensuring public safety. Public safety is local governments, all governments' highest obligation to its citizens. If there are specific reform items that need reform, then to me it makes more sense to provide more, not less funds to improve peace officer training. So I'm not going to take a general pledge. That said, while I'm not going to take a general pledge, my obligation is to listen to the views of everyone in our community. And it's to listen to the views of everyone in our community concerning specific police policies and procedures. Now, if I take a position on specific policies, it's going to occur after further education and dialogue, because I'm not an expert on police procedures. I want to attempt to understand all sides of an issue before reaching an opinion on what's best for our community. Based on the review I've done so far, it appears to me that Ventura County Sheriff's Department, which is Camarillo Police Department, policies either contain or accomplish at least 5 of the 8 recommended policies on the 8 Can't Wait website. And it appears, based on my review informally, that the Ventura County Sheriff's Department's policies on the other 3 items are either consistent with well-established case law in California, that's been there a long time, or they involve rare situations. But the bottom line is that the Sheriff's Department policies, there are Sheriff's Department policies in place that address these issues based on best practices and case law. And generally speaking, California is way ahead of the rest of the country nationally in terms of these issues. Now, in terms of community, in terms of my listening and dialogue, I don't quite know what that process looks like at the moment. And Susan, I listened to you advocate, on behalf of, and I wrote down the points that you so articulately made in terms of reviewing police use of force, engaging the community, or evaluating the contract, engaging the community, et cetera. What I had prepared in my notes was that I wasn't quite sure what that process would look like at the moment, but I am very supportive of inclusive dialogue. So if it involves putting an item on the agenda for City Council to listen to views on use of force policies, I'm supportive of that. And of course I will be there. I need to be there anyway, but I'm supportive of that. I will note that these issues are constantly evolving. I know, Susan, you spoke today about what Simi Valley has done relative to the carotid hold, sleeper hold. And I don't know what the future brings. My understanding is that other departments have taken action relative to that particular hold, either pending further review or have taken action to stop using it. And then I know that it's also subject of legislative initiative in Sacramento. So this may very well be happening in any event based on what the legislature wants to do. So with all of that said, I think under our current council policies, if I want to go back to our council policies, you would need at least one other member of the council to say, yes, I agree. Put that on an agenda, and Sean's already done that, but I will say it as well. I'm supportive of putting this as an item on the agenda. I don't quite know what it looks like yet, and I think we'll have to develop what that looks like. Again, I'm supportive of inclusive dialogue and listening to everyone and going through a process. So those are my remarks on this issue, and I would support adjourning this meeting in the memory of George Floyd. Are there any other comments by council members now that I've finished?
I'll make a comment. I agree with what's been said here, and I'll go back. I don't have any prepared comments, but we can do better, and we must do better.
I agree with that. We can do better. All right. I think we're at the end of the line in terms of our agenda. Are there any other items is there anything that I've overlooked on the agenda? I don't think so. I want to thank you for your patience in a long evening. I know it's 11:34 p.m. And with that, then, thank you, and Carmen, thank you and thank you to staff for doing such an excellent job tonight during a very, very long meeting and all the prep work that went into it. And with that, We stand adjourned.
Thank you.